Okay, hello everyone. Thank you. It is now 6:26 on Thursday, July 17th, 2025. This is a meeting of the West Boylston Zoning Board of Appeals. And I want to let everybody know, both here in Town Hall and remotely, that this meeting is being recorded and I believe also broadcast at the same time. There will be times during this hearing and during this meeting, as well as the hearing, times for public comment, so just keep that in mind. All right, so let's dive right into it then. So let's see, so where we left things off last time was, I know I had a few things worth of homework to do. I'm happy to sort of report back to the board and to the petitioner some of the things that I've learned since the last time we spoke. But I also obviously want to give the petitioner, as we always do, an opportunity to provide updates since the last session of the hearing. And if there's anything else that you'd like to bring forward, you're certainly more than welcome to do so. So I'll tell you what, why don't we start there, and then I can go into my updates later, or maybe as they become relevant to the conversation.
Joanne? Yeah, so we did get a memorandum from the Water Commissioner, Water and Sewer Commissioner, which we responded to.
Yep.
We think much of it did not involve zoning issues or the comprehensive permit process. And then there was a request to pay an engineer to go find another water source for future projects, which we thought was inappropriate. And I'm not sure what the legalities of that are under 40B. But again, most of the things that it recommended we do, we have to do anyway. And those are post-approval should you see fit to approve the project. And we really had no objection to any of them.
Okay.
And a lot of the questions they raised had been answered right from the start on our joint application with the LIP process, because we had to provide flows and gallonage requirements. And then that was verified by the peer review by VHB, and they came in saying, you know, it'd probably be much less than that it was very conservative and the town has the capacity. Okay. So I mean, we're not the decision maker, you are, but we don't think any of those are really issues.
Okay.
Fee waiver request. And I think we were close to what's the actual cost to the town versus what's the maximum amount the town could charge, is I think where the discussion left off, if I remember correctly.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, so with that, so let's take those one at a time. So talking about the letter from the Water District, which I have here, is dated July 7th, and then there was a subsequent response to that letter from Mr. Healy, I recall reading as well soon thereafter. So, by the way, thank you for being so responsive to that. I thought that was helpful. So just on that, so you're right, there was, one issue in particular. I mean, there were several issues that the letter talks about. It does seem, where is it? Well, maybe it wasn't here. What was I looking at? What am I thinking of? All right, so they did write in their initial email where they attached the letter. It says, this is from the superintendent of West Boylston Water Department. We're satisfied with their response, meaning the petitioner's response, and wish to provide additional comments. Please forward this to other consultants as needed. Okay, and then there was this letter, exactly. And so I think the point that you were mentioning in particular was this, I'll just read the sentences. We request that the ZBA consider requesting the developer to provide funding for an engineering review with the district's consultants for an additional water supply. Now, I mean, I don't know if that would mean if they're potentially looking for another well for further capacity in town. I don't know exactly what that means, but so Judy, you're online. Hopefully I forgot to check to make sure folks online can hear me okay. Hopefully you can hear me. But have you come across, this kind of an issue before where there's a project such as this being proposed And not surprisingly, it's going to increase the sort of water capacity that is needed for the town or the water district writ large. You know, including, you know, once you include this new potential development. Have you come across anything like that? I'm curious for your point of view.
Would you be allowed to require that as a condition for a subdivision?
Required, I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Payment. Would you be allowed to require a payment like that from a developer of a subdivision?
I don't know the answer to that.
I think the answer is probably no.
Yeah, because I think the planning board.
And I
does
think
something.
that's the guidance. It's really, you can't impose something on a 40B development that you couldn't impose on another project.
Yeah,
So I would think of it that way.
Okay.
And I think if this was not brought up in comments earlier, that could have been reviewed by your peer review consultant.
yeah,
I think that's kind of unfortunate.
okay. And my sense is, my sense is that seems reasonable to me. Because it seems like, to the extent, I mean, obviously, any new development in town is going to increase, you know, the need for water capacity from a water district. But to the extent that the water district at some point may need an additional water supply, that sounds unfair that burden should be solely the responsible
That's right.
party in front of us, rather than, you know, the town as a community. So
Yeah,
I
I mean,
think your point was well made in your letter. I thought that seems perfectly reasonable to me. Go ahead, Judy.
Now, I was just going to say, they may need support to study for another water supply,
Yeah.
and I would suggest that they build that into their rate structure.
Yeah. Okay.
So, for me to understand, I think, you know, there will be, if there is any additional projects, we may need some more water supply, not for this project. Am I right?
So and Mr. Bronco was just mentioning, that there were sort of, I think, two different estimates in terms of capacity. That there was a capacity that I think VHB had reviewed that was sort of a more conservative number than this number currently that the water department is suggesting, that it may increase the capacity by. So there's a little bit of, you know, uncertainty here, let's say. But in any event, even if some increased water supply is necessary
For this project?
for this project, it seems like it's, you know, it's more germane to the water district at large as opposed to these specific petitions.
That's right.
Okay, I got it.
So is that fair? Any questions on that from Dave or John on the other board members? Okay, all right, so good. So I'm satisfied with your response. I don't see an issue there of, you know, particular concern.
Oh, there was one other issue, and I think Patrick alerted you in an email. It's more of a technical issue.
Yeah,
The town has two different versions of its zoning ordinance published. One is an E-version, and it changes the reference numbers.
yes,
It doesn't seem, and you'll be the judge of that, to be any substantive differences.
yep,
So we provided an updated waiver list with references to both versions, just to be safe.
yep,
And I believe your consultants have recommended, well, you never know which one, like a building commissioner will be looking at, so you want to make sure they have both in
Yep.
front of them, so that there's no
Right.
confusion when they
yes.
issue permits.
I think that's great. I think you guys did exactly the right thing. And as I understand it, because I just learned about this change myself, so evidently it happened in June. I should take a step back. I guess at the fall town meeting last year, there was an article at town meeting that passed to sort of pursue codification through the state of the town's zoning bylaws. And that process was completed just last month. So that's what we're dealing. So I think as far as, you know, what is, you know, the legally binding, will you say, version of the zoning bylaws, I think now legally it's the
Recod.
codified version as opposed to the PDF version. Now, that said, I reached out to the town clerk on this, who handled all of that, and she told me that, other than some typographical changes, there were really no substantive changes at all to the bylaw
Right.
through that process.
That's right.
So your waiver should be, more than sufficient, particularly given that now it's referencing both the e-codified version and the original PDF version. So again, thank you for that. I think that's gonna avoid a lot of potential confusion in the future.
Right, and then there was also confusion, because there's a legal doctrine where when the application comes in and when the town first issued public notice of the intent to change it, or the
Yeah.
vote to change it.
Yeah,
So we figured, let's just avoid all that
Yeah.
and just put both of them
Right.
there.
perfect. So
Yeah,
Judy,
I'm glad you did that.
yeah, go
Really,
ahead, Judy.
thank you. No, I was just going to say, thank you for doing that, because, I understand the issue about when you filed and what was on the record at the time, but I've just worked in enough small towns that I know 2 building inspectors from now, someone may not remember all of this, and it will just save you a lot of headaches
Yeah.
if you have both citations in your waiver list. Just thank you for doing this.
Yep,
Yeah, it's good advice.
yep, totally agree. So Judy, thank you for that. So you have no other concerns about that? It's,
No, I don't.
all right, excellent.
I'm
to
good.
hear. Good to
Thanks.
hear. All right, so any other updates?
No substance, nothing else happened
Okay,
since the last.
yeah,
hearing.
I don't recall seeing.
Yeah, we
anything.
got notice of that.
All right, so let me just update then. So we talked a lot last time about legal review of the draft comprehensive permit. And I'm very happy to report that as Judy was counseling us last meeting, she's entirely correct, that it's not appropriate for us to seek legal review by using the funds that you've deposited in connection with this petition. So that's not gonna happen. That said, I have had subsequent conversations with the town administrator, and we are, nonetheless, we still plan to seek legal review of the draft, likely after tonight's meeting, like we had talked about last time. So that's still gonna take place, but it's just that the money is gonna come from somewhere else other than the money that you deposited, as prescribed by state law on 40B development. So I'm glad we got to the bottom of that. We still want to go through the process of just making sure, have somebody who's, well-versed in sort of the legal niceties of comprehensive permits, take a look. I think it'll benefit everybody, both the town and the petitioner, to go through that process. If we do decide to close the hearing tonight, which again, I know we talked about last session, then that starts, as I understand it, Judy, a 40-day clock within
That's
which
correct.
that we have to vote on the substantive request for the comprehensive permit. So if we do close the public hearing tonight, that's one thing. I wouldn't necessarily anticipate that we're gonna vote on the petition tonight, but I'm just putting that out there for everybody to understand it.
So-
Go ahead.
My question is, if you say 40 days, do we think we have enough time for this is the summertime?
I think that's,
Review?
yeah, so Judy, you could probably speak to that.
Yeah, it's very typical. 40 days is sufficient.
No, I
If you
totally
have-
understand. My
Oh.
question is, do you think our town council may be able to review it within that time period? Because this
Well,
is the
they're very-
summertime.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's just that they're very familiar with 40B, so if you ask them to review a decision, they will get somebody on it. They've got a couple of people there who are very good with 40B. I wouldn't be concerned about that.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want me to speak to somebody there, I'm happy to do it. So just let me know.
Yeah, I don't
This is
foresee
for the
that.
KP law, right?
Yeah, I don't foresee that being a problem,
No, I don't either.
Okay.
so,
They're good.
yeah.
So what happens if, anyway, what
So,
happened if?
yeah,
the town
we'll get their review, we'll get their recommendations of, any changes, or if they have questions, so, I can address them as best I can, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
So, all right, fair enough. So that's that. Also, I know we had a little bit of discussion last time around what, if anything, did we want to put in the draft permit about hours of construction during the week, right? Both Monday to Friday as well as on the weekends. And so I tried to see if I could find the original comprehensive permit for the affordable housing,
92 now.
yeah, 92 North Main. I was unable to find that original permit, but what I did do was, so I went to the planning board's website, where they have site plan review letters up online, and I was able to find one that had, I think, very appropriate, very similar language. Let me just pull that up on my phone, and I can just read it. It's literally 2 sentences, so just bear with me momentarily. I just need to open up the document. All right, here it is. Let me find the right paragraph. Here it is. So, all right, so some language to this effect. The board can certainly talk about this now, which is, construction is allowed only between the hours of 7 a.m. and 6 p.m., Monday through Saturday. No construction is allowed on Sundays or federal holidays. And I'll make clear that those 2 sentences are specifically referring to construction and, not necessarily, all activity that we were talking about before, i.e. interior painting. I wouldn't I don't know if state law considers interior painting construction or not, but I wouldn't necessarily think that's the case, but that's the language that I think is pretty standard for some of our site plan review and subdivision permits. So, and I think that sounds pretty reasonable with, and in line with sort of what we were talking about last time. So again, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Saturday, no construction on Sundays or federal holidays.
I think we spent a lot of time talking about exterior work,
Yeah,
because obviously if it's interior, it's not gonna be bothering anybody else.
Yeah.
Not that we plan on doing any work on Sundays or federal holidays, but a subcontractor might just do it. They have access to the site. We may not even know about it till it
Yeah.
happens. Obviously, no exterior work, because it's a community standard, I think, that the decisions you're reading from. So if we could specify exterior construction, that would be helpful to
Right.
us, because it's much clearer, and we don't have to worry about is painting construction, is installing
Yeah,
a
yeah.
refrigerator construction.
Right,
yeah, so.
that's true. That's standard.
Yep, so let me just ask a follow-up to that. So let's say, the building is framed, the building, the exterior is either done or is, the windows are up, so that if you were doing interior work, it wouldn't necessarily lead to exterior noise. Nonetheless, if you're still doing construction in the interior part of the building, I guess the question I'm asking is that still construction? And to me, that's not, like, if you're building a staircase inside a closed building, to me, that's still arguably construction. So I just want to make sure of the distinction that you're drawing.
Well, it could be considered construction. Like I said, what we're looking to avoid is someone arguing about a legality, somebody who doesn't want the project and is just waiting there to see a truck pull in on a
Yep.
Sunday morning.
Yep,
For example, elevators, right?
Yeah.
There's only 2 elevator contractors in the state,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
we've had this problem before, and we're at their mercy.
Yep.
When they show up, you're not ready or available, who knows when you'll see them again. Those are the kinds of things we're worried
yeah,
about.
yeah, I think that's reasonable. The other thing that I also wanted to mention too was, I'm not necessarily against putting this kind of a limitation in there that is limited to, like you say, exterior construction. But I think we understand, and I think you even mentioned this previously, which is, in one sense, no matter what we put in here, if there's some other bylaw or reason or law why you can't do certain work on, say, a Sunday or a federal holiday, then that's going to trump whatever we put in this permit.
Right.
Is that fair?
State labor laws, things like that, they have to be complied with no
Yeah.
matter what.
Yeah, okay. So we're not talking about, weakening any of those standards at all. Those are there.
Noise
We have no
ordinances.
authority, yeah, exactly, to touch any of those. We're just talking about, trying to make things more clear about what your intentions are and reasonable expectations for the neighbors around that area, I think.
100%, yes.
Okay. So, Judy, I think right now you are still sort of the main sort of key holder, gatekeeper, however you want to call it, to the latest draft, given that they've updated the waiver section.
Yep.
If I sent you this language, I mean, that I just mentioned, or if you jotted it down, whatever, that's fine too. Could we work on some type of draft language to that effect that we could then put in the
Yes.
draft, and then that gets circulated to the board and town council, and we go from there?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Excellent.
that's totally fine. And I need to strip into the back of the decision, the updated waiver list anyway.
Okay. Okay, wonderful.
Yeah.
And by the way, thank you very much for being the key holder to all those things. So it's
You're
making
welcome.
my life a little bit easier. So thank you for
Fine.
that.
That's what I'm here for.
Let's see. So, and then I think the only other little piece of homework that I had from the last hearing was, I made it clear that I wanted to look into, and likely make use of the Mullen Rule, so to make sure that we have 5 board members who are able to vote on this petition. And I know I've said this a bunch of times, but just to make it abundantly clear, this is a comprehensive permit. It requires a simple majority for approval. So on a 5-member board, it would require 3 yes votes out of the 5 members in order for the requested permit to be granted by this board when we decide to vote on it substantively. So what I've done since the last meeting with regard to the Mullen Rule, because while this is a 5-member board, you'll notice we are missing our 5th member tonight, Nate Orsiani. So he'll need to take advantage of this Mullen Rule. Dave, I believe you were indisposed at a meeting earlier. John, as were you. So what I've done is I've drafted sort of Mullen Rule certification documents that each of you can review. And then once you've gone over either sort of a video version or at least, let's say, the minutes of the particular meeting that was missed, make sure that you review all that, then you can certify in writing that you've reviewed that material, and then you just sign it, and you can file that with the town clerk and keep it for our records. Once that's done, then you remain eligible, so long as you've only missed 1 meeting, to vote on this petition. Are there any questions on that from board members? Perfect. So Toby has those forms. I sent them to her earlier this week. We don't have to deal with them tonight. We just want to make sure that gets done before we finally get to a vote on the petition before us. Any questions on that? Okay, great. All right, so I think that was all of my homework from the last meeting. So is there anything else any questions from board members for the petitioner?
Chris,
Yeah, Dave, go ahead.
fee waivers.
Yes, thank you. I'm glad you brought that up. That's another good one. Yes. So, I also talked with the town administrator about that. And it's still an open question. So I would propose that, again, we not decide that here tonight, but we decide that at maybe our next meeting, once I've been able to have a follow-up conversation with the town admin, and she's able to do just a little bit of homework on that piece. So I would suggest that we don't make a decision on that tonight until we get that feedback from the town admin. I guess I'm really glad you brought up that point, Dave. Thank you. One thing I would like to make clear with the petitioner on that is So that waiver request obviously is still before us. We haven't made a decision up or down on that. But, so let me ask you this, since I'm now proposing that maybe we table that to our August meeting, for example, which I believe is August 21st. Let me ask you this, which is, so you know, the fee waiver is that portion of the total fee. It's one of two portions that covers, the hard expenses that the board has endured with this hearing, but then it's also based on a fee on a sort of per unit basis for the total number of units that you're proposing. And whether we end up granting a complete waiver or a partial waiver or no waiver at all, and I think the full amount was, I don't have it in front of me, right, I think it was something like 16K.
17,000, I believe.
Is that what it was? Yeah, in that ballpark. So whatever, I guess I wanted to just ask you, whatever it ends up being, whether it's 0, 17, or anything in between, I presume that you're still on board with paying whatever the board so decides.
Right,
on
I
that.
believe we had offered, and there was much discussion about what's the actual town expense. Obviously, Toby's got to get paid and
Yeah.
a variety of other expenses the town was going to bear. And I think we agreed to pay what those were.
Right,
Hopefully under the 17,000.
Right.
And if that's agreeable to the board, we would ask for a vote just to get that out of the way.
yep,
So that the town's held harmless to some respects, for lack of a better term, in that regard. And if there's any money left over, we would like to dedicate that to the project.
Yep.
One thing I do want to note is since we began this journey, the project it started off as about a $30 million project. It looks like it's going to be closer to 40. And circumstances have changed every day. Obviously, tariffs are playing a massive role right now, and our budgets basically need to be redone. We've also spoken to lenders, and their requirements have changed. The economy has changed since we started this journey with the town. The equity in the project has gone from a typical 20% to 40%. It's doubled. So that's a material change. So we're just concerned that every day that passes, the project could become less likely.
yeah,
I mean, we want to do this project.
Yeah.
And as long as it remains economically feasible to do it, we will do it.
yeah,
I just wanted the board to be cognizant of that those macro circumstances that we don't control are happening to us and to the town. Obviously, everything else that's happening in the town is feeling it as well.
yeah,
And everywhere else in the Commonwealth.
okay,
Just to be aware that delay has consequences
Yeah.
for us and for the town.
okay. Yeah, I appreciate those comments, thank you. All right, so, again, unless the board has any questions, my suggestion is that we can talk about it tonight if you want, but my suggestion is that we'll finally make that decision at our next meeting in August, one way or the other, and then we'll let you know if for
So
some reason.
if it
you're
is
not-
August meeting, can we get that correct figure? The total amount,
Uh,
17, whatever the thing.
Oh, yeah,
Dollar
I've got that right here. So without any waiver, it's 17. Yeah, he's right.
17,000,
It's exactly 17,000 without any waiver. And as we talked about before, sort of, to the best that I can estimate, given that, we're still talking here, Toby is still gonna have minutes in the future to prepare, to the best I can estimate, the cost to the town, direct cost to this board and to this town are gonna be in the range of, about somewhere around $5,000. So, just FYI on that. All right, so if there's no other comments from board members on that, then I guess what I would do at this time is I'll ask the petitioner if before we consider closing this public hearing, if there's any last comments that you'd like to make. Because obviously, once we close the hearing, what that means is we can no longer take in additional information. It's sort of,
What about
we feel that we have sufficient information in order to vote on what you're asking us, of us.
So we can vote on the fee, even after the closing the public hearing, we can do the fee?
Yes.
Fee things, okay.
Yeah,
It's all part of your decision.
yeah.
It's all part of your decision.
Thank you, Judy.
Okay,
Yep.
So, yeah, that's what I'm suggesting,
I'm fine with that.
given sort of where we
Yeah,
are.
yeah, okay.
I just want to close the loop with the town admin on this as well.
Hey, Chris,
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
my concern is if we do close the public hearing, that if anything comes up, we're not able to have any communications with the petitioner. I'm real hesitant about.
I have to be honest with you. The issue about closing the hearing is there information that the board needs that you don't have in order to evaluate this project and make a decision under the act? That's the question. So if you have all the traffic, engineering, stormwater, whatever impact information you're going to need so you understand how this project's going to be built, and what it's going to be comprised of, that's how you make the decision. You have 40 days to actually make the decision and write it and file it with the town clerk.
Thank you, Judy. Any other questions, Dave? So, I mean, Dave, I get your point and, you know, maybe a little bit of hesitation there, because you're right.
Can I ask Dave a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What kind of things you are thinking of, Dave? Is it from the town council?
Well, I'm still, you know, I still don't know exactly what's going where. Like, how many units are being put on top of the two commercial buildings? Are there 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms? Are there any handicap units being built? You know, we haven't even discussed any of that. I mean, we did that in the last project, but we're not even discussing any of that in this project. I mean, I don't know if that's important or not, but it seems like it should be.
Just for 1 second. Judy, how would you respond? Because my understanding is, you know, there's a level of detail that we can get to in this review, and then there's another level of detail which is sort of yet to be determined pending.
So I don't have the application in front of me because
Yeah.
I'm trying to listen to the meeting.
Yep.
But the applicant is supposed to give you, you know, like a rendering, elevation drawings of the proposed buildings, and sample floor plans. And as for where the 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, or 3 bedroom units are going, that's really determined by the applicant, the subsidizing agency. That's not really the board's jurisdiction. What you need to know is, do I have 25% of these units proposed to be affordable? That's clearly in the board's bailiwick. Are 10% of the units 3 bedrooms because they have to be? You know, is the applicant an eligible entity or will be? And, you know, the subsidizing agency takes care of that. So it's kind of late in the game to be hearing questions about how many units will be 1, 2, or 3 bedrooms.
Yeah, and I mean, my sense on that is, and I'll give the petitioner an opportunity to respond, but my sense on that is that whatever that ends up being, wherever the 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms are, one configuration versus another, I don't think is gonna rise to the level of a basis for rejecting the application. I don't think that's sufficient grounds.
Is it a number of units?
Yeah,
Number of
that's-
1 bedrooms, number of 2 bedrooms, number of 3
Yes.
bedrooms? Those are all spelled out, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm looking at the architectural submission now. What they've submitted is what they're required to submit.
Okay, fine.
And
ahead.
actually, the floor plans, the floor layouts tell you how many 3 and 1 and 2 bedroom units are on each floor. So the information's in the application.
Yeah.
Yes, and through the chair, the floor plans are laid out, they always have been, right from the very beginning. We made some minor changes early in the process when we were meeting with the select board. But in general, there's 60 units at the building along Pierce Street. 10 units above each of the 2 commercial buildings on West Boylston Street. And the 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms are dispersed, and the affordable units are required by law, as Ms. Barrett pointed out, to be dispersed in a particular manner. They have to be mixed in with everything else, a certain number of 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 1-bedroom, and that's always been in our plans. That information has always been available. We've discussed it, we've answered questions when they were asked. The changes we made is we added elevators. Some people had requested that because, and there was also a request for a local preference, that affordable units go particularly to seniors who are downsizing, that didn't have another place to go, particularly with, again, the macroeconomic circumstances that are affecting us all with housing. And then elevators were played into part of that. We've had very detailed discussions throughout the process about that before we even got to the comprehensive permit hearing. And we took very great deal of feedback from the town before we even got the comprehensive permit done. And again, the comprehensive permit application was a joint application with the town select board. So we had come to an agreement on what all of that was going to be before we applied to the state.
Okay. Yeah, any other questions from board members on that? Okay, so then the other thing then, before I consider entertaining a motion to perhaps close this public hearing, since it is still a public hearing, first of all, I do see a hand raised virtually. I see Mark's hand raised. So I do want to give the public one last opportunity to make public comments. So maybe I'll start online. Mark, I see your hand is raised. Mr. Frieden, please go ahead with your comment or question. Just please start with your name and address.
Yep, Mark Frieden, 8 Pinewood Drive. I apologize for not coming to all the others, but Dave's question raises a small concern about the layout of the property with respect to like entrances and exits to West Boylston Street. I mean, I knew what they were a long time ago in the original design. If they haven't changed, then I'm aware. I was just wondering if they have changed since the beginning of the project and Pierce, the entrance and exit onto Pierce Street.
Through the chair, they have not materially changed. The only changes were made in response to town officials' comments, like the fire department turning radiuses, things like that, and that's all been, part of the public process.
Okay.
The general locations have not changed.
Excellent. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Frieden. Are there other questions from folks online? If there are, you may unmute your line, state your name and your address. Okay, hearing none. Is there anybody here at Town Hall who would like to make has a comment or question for this during the public comment portion? Okay, hearing none.
No, yeah.
Oh, there is one? I'm
I
sorry.
just have one question.
Yeah.
I know we missed the original thing of where is the egress onto, is it onto Route 12, onto Pierce Street, or is it on one or the other?
Go ahead.
Through the chair, there's entrances on both.
On both?
The Michael Howard, 17 Church Street, Fall. So the rear entrance on Pierce is not a service street?
No, it'll be for residents and service entrance, yeah.
Okay, so that increases the traffic 100% on Pierce Street, correct?
Well, we had a whole hearing just on the traffic.
Okay.
Yeah.
I read the traffic report, it said no impact, and I don't know if we knew that at all.
Because it was a service entrance, I thought it was saying.
We thought it was service only.
Yeah.
Is there a red light anywhere on anything?
No.
Onto Route 12?
No, I don't believe there's any new.
No
so-
new.
So you know what the traffic
signal.
is now on Route 12, you're gonna put 180 units into there as well?
Yeah,
Without
so
any red lights?
there's no question that West Boylston Street is challenged in terms of traffic. I don't think.
As is Pierce Street,
Yeah,
because it's a cut across.
right, I don't think anybody denies that. But, I mean, that in and of itself, given the traffic study and the review that we had, the evidence that was provided. I mean, yes, it's going to increase volume, it's going to increase traffic, particularly at certain times of the day. But that, I think, is expected with any kind of development. And so the town is trying to balance, all of these things, development with traffic and with everything else, so.
I do have an additional question.
Sure.
I've looked at all your drawings online, and I did not see much about screening or fencing along the residential properties that are there now, Forest and 19. Also about construction, dust. Prevailing wind there is west, comes out of the west, goes across our yard, dust. But what mechanism is in place to prevent that?
I'll let the petitioner respond.
We did propose landscaping in the plans, and then there are conditions in the draft comprehensive permit decision, and the board is obviously welcome to make comments on those. And construction, typical construction practices to reduce dust, our site contractors will be determining that. I mean, we're very early in the process. I mean,
It's just that it's right for the school, ours and the daycare is right next door. This one has a daycare right in the backyard, and it's very close, it's right to that side, yeah, other side of the fence.
Yeah, and that's one of the challenges, I have to say, with a lot of development along, not just this particular location, but I think West Boylston Street generally on either side, is because it's a business zone on both sides of West Boylston Street. So the town isn't, the town is seeking to have, business and also residential use along West Boylston Street. But then once you get a certain number of feet off West Boylston Street, I think on both sides, it becomes, solely residential. And so dealing with that, those two districts right next to each other, is sort of, where we're trying to find that balance
Yeah,
between,
but-
between the two.
And no
But
fencing,
our-
there wouldn't be any fencing though between, I mean, they have arborvitae's there, we actually already have them, they're not putting any in, those are there.
Yeah,
Those are what they had listed between our house and there, and the same thing with my neighbor's house, the 19 Pierce Street, there's like no fencing at all.
mhm,
No screening of any sort, and that's what we were questioning whether that was able to be done.
yep. And I know, I seem to recall there's something in the bylaws that does talk about screening, between a residential district and, I can't remember though if it's business or industrial.
Let's ask them, is there a fencing?
Is there a fence?
No, I'm asking the engineer.
Through the chair,
The plan.
we had located a fence on our existing condition survey that's
Mhm.
shown on the plan.
Yep.
And on the proposed condition, we are proposing, some shrubs and trees along the boundary
Yep.
between the parking and the property line with the neighboring properties.
No
Okay.
fencing?
Through the chair, we are
Yeah.
not proposing any fencing.
Okay.
Through the chair, we typically, during the construction project, will have construction fencing around the project for safety purposes.
No,
Yeah.
that's not the point.
Yeah.
This is, in the end, once all these buildings are built, is there any fencing in the plan, stockade type fencing, to block that project or our project? I didn't see it on the plans.
Yeah, I think he just
Through
mentioned.
the chair,
that.
there's no fencing proposed on the plan.
Yeah. Are there other questions from the public or comments? Okay. Thank you for that.
Chris,
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
So, the motion's noted. Are there any other last comments from board members before we proceed? Okay, hearing none. So there's a motion to close the public hearing. Is there a second? Looks like John is,
I'll second it.
okay. John seconds closing the hearing. Any comment from board members?
So my feeling is, the fencing, if I recall, 92 North Main Street,
Yeah.
Towards the North Main Street side, there are the single-family homes are there. They did put some fencing,
Mhm.
so.
Yeah, I mean,
On this, why not, in this project, we may not
Yeah.
require a fencing,
and so, I mean,
except the cost,
yeah. So let me, your motion is noted, Dave, and your second, John, is noted, just before we vote on that. I mean, I'll make a note that we're working on this draft comprehensive permit. We still have an opportunity, as we were just talking about, of, making amendments to that petition.
Yeah, but if we close the public hearing, we may not be able to talk about it, right? We may not be able to tell them they are required for a fencing. Right?
Well, we're still in control of what is in the comprehensive permit, sort of, what does it say, what does it allow, that kind of a thing.
Okay.
So Judy, just to go to you on this one, do you have any comments or suggestions? Do you feel like it's,
I think you have the information
yeah,
that you are jurisdictionally entitled to have.
yeah,
I mean, I've just been going through the application here and looking at the peer review memos, which are very important. And that, I don't see anything missing.
yeah,
That doesn't mean you don't have things to discuss. That doesn't mean that you may end up imposing a condition
yeah,
during your 40 days that the applicant doesn't like. But as far as the information you need to make a decision, I don't see what's missing.
okay,
And, you have a right to impose conditions. And you don't have to discuss all those conditions with the applicant. I mean, you've talked a lot with the applicant about conditions and things that you're looking for. So I think you've done a great job. But I think at this point, you have the information you need, and you need
Yeah.
to make a decision.
Yeah.
And no amount of continuing this hearing week after week is going to, I think, alleviate your concerns.
okay,
Yeah, that's good for me.
all right, so we have a motion, we have a second. Any further comment from board members?
No.
Okay, so we'll do a voice vote then to close the public hearing. Dave, I'll ask for your vote first.
Yes.
Okay, John, I'll ask for your vote.
Yes.
Okay, Raj?
Yes, for me.
Okay, and a yes for me, so it's 4-0. So the public hearing is now closed, which as we've mentioned a number of times now, we'll now move towards reviewing and updating the draft permit, and then we've got 40 days to finalize and make a vote, one way or the other, on this petition.
When does the 40 days start and when does it end?
Today.
Well, it starts now. So
When
just
does
think-
it, when's the end date?
I'm looking it up right now. Monday, August 25th.
Can we meet without the petitioner being present
Of
to
course.
discuss this?
Absolutely.
Yes,
The
Okay.
hearing is closed. The
Okay,
hearing is closed, so, I mean, the applicant petitioner may want to be present, but even if they are, you can't ask them questions, and they can't
Okay.
talk. So It's really when you meet is entirely up to you.
Okay,
The
Thank
applicant
you.
has to be present for the hearing, Dave, but not, I mean, they usually do want to be present for the discussion of their case, but it doesn't matter if they're there because you can't talk to them.
okay.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so that's what I would propose is sort of a next, so our next regular ZBA meeting is Thursday, August 25th. I'm sorry, 21st, which I'll note is 4 days before that 40-day deadline. But then again, if we were to rely on that, that really only gives, so that will give us one chance to come and talk and then vote. If we want more than that, then we're gonna need to meet, you know, before the 21st, which is our next regular meeting.
Hey, Chris,
Yeah,
I would suggest that we plan on meeting before then to discuss this, because we have a lot of things to discuss. But that's just my suggestion and recommendation.
yep. Raj, do you have a view on that?
Yeah.
John, how about you? Do you have a preference as to meeting, you know, before preferably, or potentially before the 21st?
I really don't have an opinion on that. I mean, I understand the logic of it, and I don't oppose that. but
Okay.
I don't have strong feelings.
Okay, all right. So,
So Chris, why don't, you get me whatever language you want me to add. I'll put the waiver list in the exhibit and just leave a space in it for the board's vote on each waiver. And I'll add the procedural history at the beginning, which I haven't written yet.
okay,
And then I think if you want, you can share this with whomever at KP Law.
yeah,
And if there's something I can do to help with that communication, just let me know, because they're wonderful, and I'm happy to do whatever to, to help them out or step back, whatever you want me to do.
okay. That's great.
Okay?
That's great, thank you very much. Yeah, so I'll certainly be in touch with you in the coming days as to make sure
That's fine.
that we move things along appropriately. But thank you for that, Judy, that's great.
No problem.
All right, wonderful. So the public hearing's closed, and I think it's past 7:05, so maybe we'll move on to the next topic. So, thank you, petitioner.
Thank you.
And Mr. Healy.
Thank you.
All right, so next
Hey,
on the
Chris.
agenda, we
Chris.
have,
Chris,
Dave, yes.
just a quick question. If we decide to meet before the 21st, do we have to publicize the meeting?
Yes, it'll be an open meeting, it just won't be a
Okay.
hearing. That's
Okay.
right.
Okay.
Good to see you this evening, sir. Absolutely. All right, so could I ask,
I've got one.
I can look at this one,
Got a different chair.
Is this okay to?
yes,
different chair. Oh, no, this is fine. This is fine.
you sure? Okay. So just before we get started, what we normally do when we first open a new public hearing is we read into the record the public notice statement. So could I ask one of my fellow board members to do that for me here? Thank you, Raj.
Notice of public hearing, zoning board of appeals, West Boylston, Mass. The town of West Boylston zoning board of appeals will hold a public hearing Thursday, July 17, 2025, 7:05 p.m. at West Boylston town offices. 140 Worcester Street, West Boylston, Mass. In room number 210, select board meeting room. And remotely Zoom instruction will follow on the meeting agenda to be posted 48 hours prior to the meeting. To act upon a petition of Branded Realty Group 2 LLC for the special permit for a food service, fast food and a drive-in restaurant pursuant to zoning bylaws 3.2.f.4 at 244, 262 and 264 West Boylston Street, West Boylston, Mass. Proposed work include construction of a new 2,400 square foot food service building with a drive-through window and a 180-foot drive-through lane. Record title stands in the name of Branded Realty Group 2 LLC, in parentheses, number 2244, address 72 Shrewsbury Street, Worcester, Mass. And RNBW Realty Nominee Trust, number 264, and BWRN Realty Nominee Trust 262, address 132 Sterling Street, West Boylston, Mass. Copies of the petitions are on file at the office of Town Clerk, 140 Worcester Street, and are available upon request. All interested parties are invited to attend the public hearing, either in person or remotely. Chris Olson, Chair.
Thank you, Raj. Much appreciated. All right, so we'll run this hearing, I think, the way we generally run just about all of our hearings, which is, so we'll begin with giving the petitioner an opportunity to make their presentation and to describe what it is, what zoning relief they're seeking from this board. If any board members have questions, they'll ask them. And then, if there aren't any more questions at that point, we will then also be sure to open it up for any public comments or public questions at that time. So maybe with that, I will turn it over to the petitioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The special permit application is respectively submitted for relocation of an existing Dunkin' restaurant with drive-through service currently located at 244 West Boylston Street, which is the Cedarwood Plaza, to be at the adjacent parcel of 242 West Boylston Street. The new site will allow for improved drive-through stacking, enhanced traffic flow, modern site design, and updated accessibility features, while continuing to provide service to the existing customer base with minimal disruption. Our plan is to open and close at the same time. For traffic safety and access, we have our traffic engineer, who I will cede the floor to momentarily. The relocated site provides improved ingress and egress with separate exit points and internal circulation to avoid vehicle conflicts. The drive-through lane is designed to stack additional cars without impacting the public roadway. As a matter of fact, we believe it will minimize any disruption of backing up onto West Boylston Street. The site will be served by existing public sewer and water that already have sufficient capacity for the proposed use. Obviously, the proposed use is in existence right now and will not change other than its location. Trash storage, adequate lighting, snow storage, emergency access are provided. We had an IRT meeting. We got input from the police, fire, and public works departments, made changes to the proposed plan you have before you based on their comments. The proposed site is a continuation of an existing business and does not introduce new sources of noise or odor. All lighting will be downward facing and shielded to prevent glare onto abutting properties. Drive-through speakers are oriented to maximize sound impact and to use standard decibel controls. The project preserves the commercial character of this area and consistent with surrounding uses. As a matter of fact, it's the exact same use as what's currently going to be next door. We will have better buffering, landscaping, and traffic control. There's minimal disruption to abutters because it's, again, the same exact use as exists 200 feet away. We have a stormwater management plan that's provided, complies with local and state standards to prevent runoff and erosion. No wetlands are located on the site. There's no anticipated impact to sensitive environmental areas. The proposal supports a long-established local business, maintains local employment, and relocation will alleviate prior site constraints, improve customer service, traffic flow, and safety. No new zoning or land use conflicts are created, and we believe the proposed relocation is a benefit to the existing area. One point of contention that has arisen, I believe, is related to a misunderstanding between our proposed connection between the, I'll call it the CVS lot, for lack of a better term, where that's located. This proposed location, I'll call it the grass lot, because it's just a grass area, and Cedarwood Plaza. That is to, there's actually an existing requirement of the zoning ordinance that if this was to be proposed now, that we would be required to design it this way. The purpose being that if a customer, a typical resident, wanted to use CVS, wanted to get a coffee at Dunkin', and wanted to visit the nail salon, a tailor, dry cleaner, any other service business at the Cedarwood Plaza, they would now be required to enter and exit 3 separate times, 6 trips. The proposal would be once in and once out, which I think is a major improvement over what the existing conditions are. And that's why we're proposing connecting the locations. If the board sees fit to deny that, again, your zoning ordinance would suggest that it should be the way we propose it. We could do it that way, and we believe it's still a better situation than what exists now. But again, we're there, we don't believe it's going to attract new consumers. We believe we're going to just be able to service our existing customers better, be a modern layout. We could change the site orientation of the interior of the building so that we can provide faster service, move cars along more quickly. And with that, I think,
Do you mind if I introduce
go
the
ahead.
site so they can?
go ahead.
And just before you jump in, just real quick, so I want to make clear here, so as I understand, obviously you filed with us for a special permit for the drive-through portion of this project. Have you also, or are you also planning to file with the planning board for site plan review more generally, with
Yes.
stormwater review and all that? All right, so there's 2 sort of different things, you're going to 2 different boards and requesting zoning relief appropriate to this. So this is really just one piece of that much bigger
Correct, and the
project.
Conservation Commission
Yep.
has already weighed in as well.
Okay, great. So for me, what that tells me is that as the ZBA, so we're really honing in on the drive-through use and maybe the traffic that's related therein, because that seems to be the gist of the zoning relief that you're specifically requesting of this board here tonight. So with that, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, I'm Patrick Healy. I'm a civil engineer with Thompson Liston Associates. We've been working with Branded Realty Group over the past 20 years on various Dunkin' Donuts franchise locations around Central Mass. We seem to have a good handle on what their requirements are, what their timing needs are, drive-through, safety, and all these things. So we've come up with this plan to construct a new freestanding Dunkin' with a drive-through service. So this is the existing conditions plan. This shows the CVS facility here. Woodland Street here is a traffic light. This is the empty lot we're looking at that's currently just a grassed area with shrubs around the outside. And this is the plaza that Mr. Branco mentioned. The existing Dunkin' is at this end of the plaza, and this is one where you come in and make the sort of reverse jug handle through the drive-through. I'm sure you're all familiar with that. Here's an overview of the proposed layout of the site here. The building would be located centrally here in that existing open area. There would be a driveway connection here to the existing plaza, maintaining the existing curb cut where the Dunkin' customers now enter and exit, maintaining the existing CVS curb cut here, and maintaining the existing curb cut over on Woodland Street. So this proposal does have some openings in the curb between CVS and the Dunkin', so that there would be entering traffic at this end of the site exiting traffic here, each one narrow lane to have one-way traffic pattern. We expect most people are going to use the curb cut from West Boylston Street here, come around the drive-through, and then exit that same way.
So just to be clear, so that proposed new building there, as you're saying, when you're on West Boylston Street, you can enter from two different places. Sort of if you're going north, you can enter where sort of the existing entrance to CVS is? Is that, or I guess, no, you can't.
I'm sorry, you
because-
can't, Mr. Chair, that existing driveway is right turn,
Yeah.
right out only. So
Exactly.
no left turns are allowed at that
Okay,
location.
so if you're going north, then if you wanted to go to Dunkin' Donuts, you drive to where the existing entrance is now.
Correct.
And then
And,
just
you know,
sort
as
of take
Mr. Branco was saying, this building will be built so the customers will see it going up. They'll know exactly where it is.
Okay,
It's a familiar location. You know, he's not expecting to draw a large customer base from outside the area. These are primarily the same customers, so once they get into that routine, they will know where they can turn and can't turn.
Mhm.
So anyhow, what we're proposing here is a building, as I said, there's a drive-through lane. There are 25 parking spaces, including some here for employee parking. They're sort of removed from the drive-through and parking operation to maximize the available spaces for customers. That drive-through lane, we're normally looking for a minimum of 240 feet, which is 20 cars in the drive-through lane. This one has a little bit more than that. This has 279 feet, so it's an additional 2 car lengths. So, you know, you're going to see up to 22 cars. In fact, you could fit another 8 cars here before you start backing cars up onto Route 12.
So you're talking about the queue of drive-through cars, you can fit more than 20 on the property?
More than 20 in the striped drive-through lane.
Okay,
And then if more people were coming through, there's room within the site to accommodate more cars.
okay.
So that 22 cars from the West, Route 12, right?
That are completely removed from Route 12.
So,
Currently, we can fit about 11 cars, I think, in that drive-through lane. So this more than doubles the capacity of the drive-through lane.
so now, can you tell me, from the current drive-through, from the, cars are entering from the Route 12, right? So cars are entering Route 12 to the ordering, the place. How many cars are there?
That's what I was saying. I believe we can fit 11 cars in the current drive-through with the reverse curve.
So let me ask you this, is that 11 between where you make your order or where the window is for pickup? Because those are obviously different distances.
It's different. I'm talking about the length from pulling off Route 12
Yep,
to going around here to the window.
okay,
So the menu is actually back here. So
okay,
ideally, we're going to have 4 cars between the person ordering and the person picking up.
okay,
So that's effectively a 6-car delivery operation.
okay.
And then you have the additional cars waiting in lane
Yep.
to get to the menu.
So on the new proposed building, where are you proposing to put sort of where folks make their order and where is the pickup window on the building?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So the cars would enter here from Route 12.
Yep.
Enter the drive-through lane. The menu is located here at the rear of the building,
Okay,
and the window's located here.
okay,
Okay.
So,
From,
so you have, as I said, 22 cars in lane altogether, but between the order menu and the window, say there's 1 car ordering, 1 car picking up, there's 4 more cars in between.
Yep.
So it's a 6-car queue for the window. And that's what they have found to be the most efficient, to minimize their order delivery time
Yeah.
and keep it working, you know, efficiently. So if I could get into more of the site issues, we've also evaluated the accessibility of the site for traffic vehicles. The fire department had some comments on that, and we've updated that a little bit. So this red plan here shows that the largest vehicle in the mutual aid group, which in this case is the Boylston ladder truck, can make it from Route 12 around the building and back out without crossing any curbing or sidewalks. So it's a free movement. And that, assumes that some people in the drive-through lane are going to move to allow that
Yeah.
truck to get through. And then we looked at the delivery truck. So there's a weekly delivery for Dunkin' with the larger truck to deliver paper goods, frozen foods, and all those kinds of things. CVS currently has a traffic pattern where they have a loading area on the north side of the building. So this is truck accessible. So what we're proposing is that where the truck normally comes around CVS to deliver there, they could extend that, deliver around the Dunkin', park at the rear, and then exit out back to Woodland Street. So that keeps the trucks, as they're operating for CVS, to operate in the same manner for the Dunkin'.
Yeah,
We are
but-
looking at an option where we could bring a truck around the rear of the plaza building here and come through. But coming around the building and making this U-turn back to Route 12 really is not the most practical truck maneuver. So we're trying to avoid that.
You had a question,
How,
Raj?
how many deliveries, is there a per day delivery or?
That is once a week, and it's happening now. It's been happening, we've been there since 1999, so,
Once a week?
once a week. Used to be twice a week, we've reduced it to once a week.
And then you have a daily, like, overnight delivery of the
The box truck.
the fresh donuts and other bakery items that comes in a small truck, maybe 4 a.m. before, the operation kicks off for the day.
And that,
And we've
again,
left a
is happening
space, we've left
every
a
morning
space
now.
behind the building for that to happen, so that truck can park there and be unloaded in close proximity to the freezer. So when we're looking at grading this site, to gain direct access here, and then drain the site, because we're building this new impervious area, we have a system of catch basins going in here, a water quality treatment unit, and then an underground detention and infiltration system. So the standards that we have to meet with Mass DOT is to have no increase in runoff going toward the state highway. So we're able to meet that standard as well as meet the other standards in the Massachusetts stormwater. There are 10 standards we have to meet for water quality, recharge to groundwater, redevelopment targets, and so forth. So we're able to meet all of the standards with the proposed drainage system.
And again, this is an improvement over what's there now.
Then we're showing our utility connections. There's actually a water stub here that was built as part of that CVS project that actually anticipated 2 buildings going in there, and this building has been vacant since that time. So there are utility stubs available for this building that are off the street. So
they're still not done
there's
with
a
that
sanitary sewer
bathroom?
connection
Holy
here
crap.
going toward Route 12, water on the south side. We're currently working with West Boylston Municipal Light to determine where the electrical service will go. We had proposed it to come off this pole at the rear. That's not practical for them, so we're looking at an alternative currently. But I wouldn't expect that.
That's
to
for electrical access, you
Electrical,
said?
I wouldn't expect that to change any aspect of the drive-through lane that's proposed. Just we need to find a location for a transformer that's, can be used to service the electric room within the building.
And does, just to be clear, so as far as the electrical is concerned, there's telephone poles generally in that area, it's not,
So currently, there are poles along this line that bring the power to the rear, to the plaza building.
okay.
That service loop does not have enough amperage to serve the new facility.
Yeah.
So they need to bring in a new service, a new transformer. They rather would not serve it from that
Yeah,
sort of antiquated service that's there today with the multiple pole-mounted transformers.
okay.
But we've been in discussion with them to come up with an acceptable layout. And then we have a pretty comprehensive landscaping plan that's proposed to landscape this island between the CVS and the Dunkin', to provide landscaping around the front of the building, along the frontage, around the sign, between the plaza and the Dunkin', and then at the rear behind the parking, so if that faces the residential area. So the trash enclosure is located back here. That allows the trash truck to come in and empty and exit over here without affecting the drive-through operation at all. Leaves that lane clear for that to happen during business hours. Then we have multiple details of what's proposed for construction of the pavement, curbing, the grease trap that would be required, showing that all of the parking meets the accessibility requirements for the sidewalks. Access from the sidewalk along Route 12 up to the building is an accessible route. So in this location, there's a sidewalk proposed to continue the walk that comes into that current CVS curb cut to come up to the front of the building, and has a crosswalk that comes up to the front door. That would all be an accessible route under the AAB and ADA guidelines. I'm sure Ms. Wand would like to inform you about the traffic impacts.
Just one question that I have. Could you go back to the page where you were showing the existing conditions? I think it was the first page you showed us. Yeah, there it is. So, the way, I mean, I can't exactly tell all the lines from where I'm sitting right now, but is that, there's sort of three sections there, right? There's the existing CVS, there's the existing grassy area, and then there's the existing plaza. Are those currently on 1, 2, or 3 pieces of land?
That's an interesting question. According to the assessors, it's 2 pieces of land, but there are actually 2 separate trusts that own these properties over here. So the CVS leased area is under one realty trust. This empty lot is under a different realty trust. And the existing plaza and the back property over here is owned by Branded Realty Group too.
Okay.
When the CVS lot and the grassy lot were proposed for redevelopment, they have them subdivided, and I see one of the family members that owns the properties is online. But there's also easements that were recorded and approved, which is why if we developed the grassy lot, we would have access to the CVS entrance. That's already done. We had reached agreement with CVS. We had proposed this about 6 years ago. We did not own the plaza at the time, so we were not able to design the site as well as it is now. So we weren't able to get approval. We believe this is a much superior representation of what that could be, and it's certainly a major improvement over what's there now. So yes, it's legally 2, but it's really 3 separate parcels for development.
Okay.
And it was always envisioned that they would be developed that way.
Thank you for that. Questions from board members?
I do have a question, sir. Can we go back to that? From the Route 12, you are entering into the plaza, right? The newer plaza. How many cars can stay there?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
So this is the Route 12, you know, cars are entering here, and then they come in here, and then they come back like this.
Yes.
Whereas now, the earlier one is like, they are coming in here, and the ordering place is here, right? Somewhere here. There are many cars, how many cars from here to here? And then, you know, from here to here, like 2, 3 cars?
So that would be about 3 cars. 6 cars,
Patrick?
11 cars maximum.
Do you have that in your analysis?
We can answer that during the traffic.
Okay,
report.
sure.
Okay, thank you.
So at this point, I could turn it over to Lisa Wong. She's the PE that did the traffic impact analysis.
I'm sharing my screen right now. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Lisa Wan, traffic engineer at Kimley Horn. I also have my colleague Peyton Graham as well, and we worked on the traffic study together. All right, for today, we're going to discuss about the study area, the process, the existing conditions, especially at the study areas that we studied, also about the project characteristics related to traffic, and then conclusions, just a key summary related to traffic. So of course, to prepare a traffic study, we really need to understand what's the current transportation system, what is it operating now as we are developing a new project. Estimating the project-related traffic demands, how many more trips would this project be generating, how much would it impact on the existing roadways, and then from there, really identify what could be the potential mitigations. So for the study process, we did collect Saturday and weekday. For this, we did it in January and February. There was one intersection that we conducted back at April 2024, and that was at the signalized intersection at West Boylston Street and Woodland Street. We're going to talk about the forecast of traffic demands, the existing conditions, the years 2025, since that's all of our other counts. We're going to talk about the traffic flow analysis. How does it operate now? What would it operate within if the project does not exist? What would the operations look like when we're talking about when it's built? And also access needs and potential mitigation. So here we're going to talk about the study area. So there's 5 locations that we have studied. The colors that are slightly in blue, 2 to 5, those are going to be site access, just meaning that in order to enter the proposed Dunkin', they can enter at locations 2, 3, 4, and 5. As Patrick noted, at intersection 2, that is a right-in, right-out access. But looking at intersection 3, 4, and 5, those are full access, just meaning that you can turn a left in, you can turn a left out, you can turn a right in, and so forth. So the only intersection at 2, it's a right in, right out, and we also studied West Boylston at Woodland Street. So to talk about the existing conditions, West Boylston Street, as we alluded to on the other project, 235, is that it's a 2-lane undivided roadway, heavily traveled roadway. The posted speed limit is about 40 miles per hour. And when we're looking at the 85th percentile speed, which is just 85th percentile of these cars, they're traveling at 39 miles per hour. And those other 15%, if they're exceeding those 39 miles, they're traveling at unsafe conditions. This roadway, it is an urban minor arterial. It is under the jurisdiction of Mass DOT. There are limited sidewalk facilities, no bicycle accommodations, and there is public transportation that is provided. So here is the current traffic volumes that was conducted. This is along West Boylston Street. So the weekday on a typical time period, it's about averaging 17,800 trips. When we're looking at the peak periods, the AM peak hour, it's occurring between 7:30 to 8:30, and PM, it's between 4:30 to 5:30. So this is just basically telling us what's the volume along the roadway along these time period that we studied. And then looking at Woodland Street, which is the other roadway that we studied, especially because there is a site access there. Also 2-lane undivided roadway. The 85th percentile, it's 33 miles per hour. It's an urban collector roadway. It is under town's jurisdiction. Sidewalk facilities is limited just around the north side, around CVS, and there's no bicycle accommodations. Very similar, this is going to look at the traffic volumes, what's occurring right now along in 2025. The different colors are just the different eastbound or westbound, the direction. So typically about a 24-hour, looking at the weekday, it's about 3,800 trips. Very similar AM peak hour, it's about 7:30 to 8:30. PM peak hour, it's between 400 to 500. So let's talk a little bit about this project. I know Patrick went through it really thoroughly. So the existing Dunkin's is right at the 244, right by the southern end of this building here. The proposed Dunkin', it is intended to replace the existing Dunkin's, which is just directly south of the building. So it's comprised of about 2,100 square feet containing 24 seats, and it is going to be a drive-through window. And then when we're looking at the external site access, again, the full access driveway along West Boylston Street, intersection 3 and 4. One existing by CVS right at 2, right in, right out, and then along Woodland, that is going to be a full access as well. This is the access configuration. Patrick went over it. Let me show you the next one, which talks about the site drive-through. So here, this just shows from the beginning of the menu board to the beginning of the drive-through. So approximately 6 vehicles can fit in without spilling back to the to Route 12. When we're talking about how many more trips would this project be generating, we looked at weekday and we looked at Saturday as well. So for the total on a weekday daily, it's about 582. The weekday AM peak hour, that's about 93 additional trips. PM peak hour, that's about 38 additional trips. And then Saturday midday peak hour, that's about 86 additional trips. When we ran our analysis, we kept the existing traffic that was already on the road for the existing Dunkin's, because once it gets redeveloped, it's going to be a very similar type of use. So we didn't subtract out relocating from the existing to the proposed. So the existing roadway network, it includes all of the traffic for the existing Dunkin's. This is just in addition to the trips that would occur when this proposed Dunkin' is going to be constructed.
So just one question on that I have, and any of you can sort of feel free to opine on this, but so you're proposing basically putting a new building on what is now the existing sort of, I'll call it the grassy lot for lack of a better term. But then obviously you will be no longer in what is now the current location. That will become presumably a unit that now becomes available to be rented to another business. What if that other, now I know I think you own that piece of property. I think we established that before. So obviously you have some level of control over who may move into what is the currently existing Dunkin' space. What are your thoughts on if that new business, whatever it is, would that also potentially be allowed to be a business that has its own separate drive-through?
I don't believe the existing configuration could
Yeah,
continue.
it looked tight if that were
And
going to be
obviously,
attempted.
We wouldn't want to lease to a competing use, and
Yeah.
since we control that site, we would not.
Yeah,
I actually, this week, got a request from a bank, and I said, well, you probably couldn't figure out how to do a drive-through there,
mhm.
unless, the only way to do it would be to wrap it around the building, I believe. I don't think there's any other way. And then there's site grade changes there. It would be probably not worth doing.
Yeah.
So, and again, we would have to come to the town.
Right, yeah, again, you're right, that's not before this board, I just thought I'd ask the question, thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Sounds good. Raj, so when we did our traffic counts, we definitely wanted to understand what's the current drive-through? Does it actually spill back to the roadway? We really want to understand that, especially with the relocation. We want to make sure that there's enough stacking within the site. Nothing spills over to the public because that's going to impede traffic along West Boylston Street. So this video here, it was Wednesday, January 1st, in the morning. So I'm not going to run the whole entire video, but we observed 5 vehicles that was a max. So we did do AM and PM, and I want to say we also did Saturday when we looked at all of these videos because it's all based on our turning movement counts. So we observed 5 vehicles within the drive-through. And when it gets to 6 vehicles, it will spill into West Boylston Street. But when we looked at all of the traffic counts, looking at these videos, it never spilled back onto the West Boylston Street. It definitely was very close to the curb, but nothing actually impeded traffic flowing.
Okay. And to your point, because you're proposing essentially the same use that's already there, you wouldn't necessarily anticipate, twice the amount of traffic as what you're seeing now, potentially.
No, we don't think we'll be drawing people from outside the area that aren't already
Yeah.
aware of our existence.
Yeah, okay,
That aren't already driving by.
yeah, okay, you may continue.
So as part, we wanted to understand, okay, what's the trip generation comparison? Because a lot of times people would question, like the Institute of Transportation Engineers, we did use a coffee with drive-through trip use, but we wanted to understand what's the field observation. So we definitely did calculate what's the trips being generated right now at the existing Dunkins and how does it relate to the gross trips when we're looking at the site generation. So about in the AM peak hour, it is saying that the field observation, there's 28 additional trips. But during the PM and Saturday, it's saying that it's less than that. So it's like -25 and -52. So it's helpful, especially when we're looking at the proposed Dunkins, what is actually going to be generated. So going back to the other slide is over here. So don't forget. So it's going to be generating an additional 93 trips in the AM, PM 38, Saturday midday is about 86. So we also want to take a look at the trip distribution on how are folks actually going to get to the site? And it's going to be based on existing traffic patterns. So it's going to be 40% coming to and from the south along West Boylston Street, 40% coming to and from the south. North is up here, and then south is down here. And then along Woodland, 5% is coming to and from the east, and then 15% coming to and from the west. And this is based on our existing traffic patterns. So we did do a lot more analysis in the traffic study, but we really wanted to concentrate at the signalized intersection, West Boylston Street at Woodland Street, and also at the site driveway along Woodland Street. All of this information, it is in the traffic study, but we concentrate on those two because we have heard some concerns and just want to clarify some things. So what you see right now, it's the traffic volumes, actually the turning movement counts at these intersections, and we are sharing it for weekday AM, weekday PM, the Saturday midday conditions. And then we're also looking at existing 2025, no build if this project was not constructed, and that's a plus 7 years, so it's 2032, and then the build also 2032, but with our project here. So what we see here is that the weekday PM peak hour, it experiences the most traffic at both of these locations. And if we remember the net new trips, the proposed development is expected to generate the most trips during the weekday AM peak hour. So what you see here is that we did calculate what's the net difference between if this project was built or if this project was not built. So looking at West Boylston Street at Woodland Street, the signalized intersection, in the AM peak hour, that's an additional 45 trips. In the PM peak hour, an additional 20 trips. And then the Saturday, it's 42 trips. Very similar for the Woodland Street SCVS driveway is that it's an additional 14 trips in the AM, 6 trips in the PM, 12 trips in the Saturday peak hour. And of course, all of the other intersections, they're in the traffic study. So I'm going to walk through the different intersection capacity just for the signalized intersection, which is West Boylston Street at Woodland Street. All of the other capacity analysis for the other intersections is in the report, but we definitely just wanted to share at this signalized intersection here. At the bottom right, it just shares just general description of these level service for a signalized intersection. The aerial is just a quick screenshot of this intersection here. So when we're looking at existing, no build, and build for the weekday AM peak hour, the overall intersection is operating at a level service B or better. So stable flow, there's slight delays. You do see, however, individual movements operating kind of like an unstable flow, especially when we're looking at the shared eastbound through left movements. The other movements are operating at D or better. So this is during the weekday AM peak hour. Oh, yes, sorry. So for the eastbound through left,
Thank you, yeah, I was gonna ask.
hold on. Got it. Hold on, right here. Oh. I think I have control, hold on. Right here, if you see this mouse here, if you see like the little cursor here. If you see right here.
Yeah, I'm not,
Sorry,
can you,
right,
okay,
let me see, give me 1 second. I think you can, right here.
yep,
In that bottom right column, the very bottom right, is also a B. You know, that's
okay,
covered by the control box there.
okay. So just for a point of clarification, so under your movement column there, where it starts with EBT dash, I'm sorry, /L, EBR. So
Oh, yes.
EBT is eastbound traffic, what's,
Eastbound through left, so it's a shared lane. Let me just, give me 1 second. So it's one lane, just a shared movement. They can either go straight through,
Yeah.
or they could turn a left. They're just
Okay.
sharing a lane. And then
Okay.
the reason why eastbound right has its own movement is just because it has its own lane.
yeah, okay. Thank you for that, that's clear.
Give me 1 second. All right, so that is the weekday AM peak hour. We're gonna walk through the next PM, okay, awesome. So this is going to be the other time period, which is the weekday PM peak hour. So again, when we're looking at the eastbound through left, it's going to be that same exact lane that we're looking at. The existing conditions for the PM peak hour, it's operating at a LOSE, very similar for the build, remains at LOSE, but the overall intersection, it operates as C or better. Very similar for Saturday midday peak hour. The overall intersection operates at level service B or better. There are no movements that are operating at E or F. And if we look, the traffic just varies, especially when we're looking at weekday AM and PM, and then Saturday as well. You're just gonna have different traffic patterns. So to summarize the traffic analysis is that all of the signalized intersections, it's going to be operating effectively, and it's going to maintain functionality during all peak periods. There are some movements, especially the eastbound through, looking at the signalized intersection that we were just looking at. It does operate at LOSE, but in some conditions, especially in some conditions like the weekday PM peak hour, it's currently operating at an E. But the overall intersections, it's not operating at an E or F.
One thing I'd like to note is the PM peak hour, that's our slowest time. We're basically at that point in our business day preparing for tomorrow. We have almost no business at the PM peak hour. Everything's the AM peak hour.
And that's very consistent when we're looking at the net new vehicle trips. The AM peak hour is the one that's generating the most amount of trips. The exiting movements on both driveways along West Boylston Street, they're going to experience some delays during all peak periods, but that's at the site access point. There's no significant queue buildup when we're looking at the project at these study intersections as we look at the number of trips being generated and when we're looking at the traffic analysis as well. So the main thing when we're talking about the mitigations is that Rob and Patrick, they kind of alluded to really making sure that the internal traffic flow, the circulation, just the improvement of that needs to be super clear, which Rob did indicate. At the southern and northern driveways along West Boylston Street, when we're looking at just at like the property, not looking at the CVS driveway, is just really making sure that the entering and exiting movements, those are well delineated with like pavement markings, just really making sure that people know how to exit and they actually have striping. And once this project is approved, because of the proposed changes to some of the driveways, we will likely need an access permit from Mass DOT. Thank you.
Okay. Questions from the board?
The question I have for the second bullet point up there, the West Boylston Street at the southern driveway, is that intersection 3 that you would refer to on one of the prior slides? Like it's like basically the current ingress and egress for the Dunkin' Donuts. Like if I'm going to the Dunkin' Donuts for the drive-through there, so for there, on there, are you proposing like, so the ingress, the egress, they would be dedicated, they would be like be separated or kind of kept the way as it is now?
Separated.
Separated, okay.
Separated, yep, and at intersection 3, it's right by the
Okay.
Doug Duncan's driveway.
Yeah, because I know because currently like when you go in that driveway, like you're on the left and then when you're coming out the right, so here looks like under the proposal now, it would be more like our traditional, you go right side and versus
Much
left.
more articulated. Right now, it's almost a free-for-all.
Right, that's and I can, and I've lived here since I was a kid, and I could go to Dunkin' Donuts, and I think like how many times I've avoided accidents, like little fender benders pulling out of there, and I always thought like, is there, they gotta separate that out? What's the entrance? What's the exit way?
That's exactly right. That's why we think this is an improvement. The traffic circulation is an improvement over the existing condition. You'll know that's the way you have to go in. There, double the amount of cars, that's staying on the grass lot. And since we own the plaza, we could stack up cars along that plaza too, again, off of West Boylston Street. And you're not gonna have the situation you just described. I'm trying to get in and somebody's, yeah.
Yeah, that's.
So through the chair, if I could just point out the
Sure.
parking, the striping that we're proposing there. We're proposing a double yellow line here, a stop bar and a stop sign. So this would look like a traditional exit
Okay.
or entrance where you keep right of the yellow line and know that you have the right of way.
Yeah. So there's sort of clearly two lines delineated, one going in, one coming out.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
And then as part of this, the exit driveway, there's going to be one turning left and one turning right as well.
Okay.
At the exit,
Yep.
at the exit.
Yep. Okay. Do you have any more of your slides?
No.
Could you stop sharing just so we could get back to seeing the beautiful faces that were on there before? Thank you. All right, other questions from board members, including any questions from remote members? Dave and John, I don't know if you have any questions at this point. Okay, it looks like there aren't any questions at this moment. Anything else from the petitioner before we consider opening it up to any public comment, questions?
I do have that.
What's that?
So if somebody gets the coffee, and then if they decided to, come out of the Dunkin', and if they are entering through the current CVS, or exiting through the current CVS.
Onto Woodland Street?
No, on the
Or the right,
Route
right in,
12,
right
yeah.
out?
Yeah,
Okay,
Route 12. CVS, Route 12,
Yeah.
CVS is two-way, right? They can enter and exit.
At the CVS, right in, right
Right in,
out.
right out.
the existing right in, right out, yeah.
Yeah.
West Boylston Street.
If
So
they wanted to
that-
go south
Yeah.
on West Boylston Street, yeah.
Only this way they can enter.
Are you okay if I reshare again?
Sure.
Yeah. So there are cars already parked there at the signal. So if the other cars are getting out, that will be the more cars at that end.
So at the CVS driveway, this was a hidden slide, but at this intersection here, this is one of the site access driveway. Again, it is limited, it's a right in, right out. As part of this, we are assuming that folks, if you were coming to and from the south, if you originally came here, most likely, a lot of the folks are not going to go the northern or the southern. They are going to take the CVS driveway to turn a right out. So for our assumptions, we are including that. And then when we looked at the signalized intersection, that does include the trips that were generated or coming out of the CVS driveway. So when we're looking at like the number of trips at the CVS driveway, turning a right out, so it's about 23 in the AM peak hour, about 9 during the PM peak hour, and then Saturday midday, about 22 trips.
So we would expect more traffic entering West Boylston Street from that existing entry point.
Yes, it's going to be additional trips. And then when we looked at the signalized intersection for Woodland and West Boylston Street, when we're looking at the traffic volumes for the build, it does include all of the trips that were coming out of the CVS driveway because they're going to be utilizing this intersection to go in and out.
Yep, okay. But to that point, they would also have the
I pipe
option
back into that meeting
of
first after
driving.
just here with it.
I'm sorry, could somebody, whoever's online, could you please mute your line? Thank you very much. There will be an opportunity for public comment, but we're not just there right yet.
Because I couldn't concentrate on what you were saying to me, and then at the same not well. I was trying to, was struggling.
Excuse me, can you please, can everybody please mute their line? Thank you, much
Sorry about that.
appreciated. So, I think the other comment that's relevant, Raj, to your question is that driver who wants to go south on West Boylston Street sort of has two options for leaving, right? The
Yeah,
existing
exactly.
right in,
Existing
right
driveway,
out,
and someone want to
or
get out
onto
like
Woodland
this too,
Street.
right?
I mean, it's probably difficult to predict which one might become more popular.
But also, they are discouraged because the cars are already waiting at the
Yeah,
signal.
yeah,
So, and also if the cars are not waiting, the cars are traveling, right?
Mhm.
So they are discouraged to enter in from the CVS, exiting from the CVS.
yeah.
So most probably they may go the current pattern.
Hmm. And as you said, at peak hours, it was 23, I think, new additional.
For the
car-
AM peak hour.
For the AM, PM peak hour, yeah. AM peak hour,
Mm-hmm, yes.
okay. Okay. Other questions from board members at this time on traffic or anything else? It sounds like hearing none. Anything else that the petitioner would like to add at this point before we open it up to public comment?
No, again, just that it's, as was noted by the board, it's somewhat of a free-for-all the way it is now.
Yeah.
And this is a way to make it a much more controlled and safe environment, in our opinion.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So at this time, what I'd like to do then is open up for public comment. The last hearing, we started with our friends who are online. maybe this hearing will start with friends who are here at Town Hall. So if you'd like to make a comment or ask a question, and you're in the public, please feel free to do so. All you need to do is to state your name and your address, and then you can go ahead with your question or your comment. Anybody? I thought I saw a hand raised. Yes, right there. Please, go ahead.
My question is, on the slide where you showed the weekday traffic, I noticed that it was January 1st, which is usually a pretty dead day because it's a holiday. Do you have examples of regular weekdays where it would usually be a lot more traffic?
Yeah, so as part of the study, we take into account seasonal adjustment factors. So we apply a factor to increase the volume. Yeah, thank you, Patrick. As part of the study, we take into account seasonal adjustment, knowing January is not a super busy time of year. So we do apply seasonal adjustment factors to grow those volumes to be more standard to a typical time of year. And I believe the intersection, the signalized intersection, that data was initially collected in April. So we took that from a previous study and grew those volumes to be of current conditions.
Okay. So it's like an average of the weekdays?
Yeah, so typically, typical counts, either Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday are the most standard traffic, most common traffic throughout the week. But seasonal adjustment factors basically just standardize it for that roadway.
Yeah, and to clarify, is that, so the existing traffic count, so it looks like we did it for Wednesday, January 8th, 2025, Saturday, January 11th, 2025, and there was another Saturday that we did for February 1st. And then for the signalized intersections, just for the weekday, that was done in April 2024.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from folks here at Town Hall? If there is, please state your name and your address, and you can go ahead with your question or comment. Okay, hearing none. From online, I do see Mr. Frieden has his hand raised. Please, Mr. Frieden, please go ahead. Just could you again state your address for the record, and then go ahead with your question or comment.
Muted.
You're on mute, Mr. Frieden.
Oh, that would be horrible if you couldn't hear me. So Mark Frieden, 8 Pinewood Drive. First I want to start with a recognition of sort of the town system working. They came forward years ago with a system that added a bunch of curb cuts from that green space onto West Boylston Street, and the town resisted because of traffic concerns. They did their work. They, bought properties, arranged control or arranged, agreements, and have improved the situation. I don't think that this could possibly end up worse than the current free-for-all kind of situation. I think that this is an example of the system working. The town wanting an improvement. They came forward, opposed it, came and for better. In fact, they're changing the curb cuts, number of curb cuts. They were just improving them, make them more clear. So that was the first thing. That was a talk. Now I have a question, and this question is about when the Concom reviewed, did they restrict anything about where the building or pavement could be on the property? Like, do you have to push your property forward like DQ?
To your petitioner, feel free to opine.
Mr. Chair, we received some comments from Mr. Chase by email with just expressing some concerns. It was nothing, we didn't go through a formal review with conservation. As we said, there's not a wetland on the property.
Okay.
We just got some feedback from the commission.
Okay.
Relative to stormwater and traffic concerns.
Okay.
And he did mention whether there was going to be stormwater runoff onto Woodland Street, but Woodland Street's a higher elevation.
Yeah.
And we're adding stormwater retention that is not there now. So that was his concern. And then we met with him too, and we did the departmental reviews, and we had discussions, and I don't recall any other concerns he raised other than what he put in writing.
The commission has jurisdiction over stormwater under the wetlands protection, so they have some concern about how we're handling the stormwater. So, we can meet informally with them and explain that. We'll go through the peer review with the planning board, so
Yeah.
we're expecting
Yeah.
to get some feedback from the town's review
Yeah,
consultant.
you're seeking, among other things, I believe, a stormwater permit from the planning board as part of the site plan review processes, I believe I understand. Mark, did you have further comments or questions?
Yes, no, that was one of many. The traffic analysis, did it include the future potential traffic analysis from across the street that was just earlier today? The project that we reviewed earlier today?
Yes, Mark. So as part of our no build, we did include the 235 project, and then we just included a general background growth of 1% as well. So for this project, it does include that potential project coming on board.
Okay, excellent. All right, my next one is, and as a traffic engineer, I am driving while doing this, so I just don't want to give anybody the wrong impression. What is the lane width behind where the parking spaces are near the new building? Is that a convenient width that's going to be easy for people to, pull in, back out, or back in and pull out, like 25 feet or 20 feet or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, it was designed to get a tractor trailer and a fire ladder truck around it, so, yeah, yes.
Mr. Chair, I could just add that we've designed that lane so at the rear of the building, if the drive-through lane's fully occupied, those spaces are still free to come and go. They still have a 24-foot aisle width beyond the drive-through lane.
Okay.
24 feet, excellent. That's good to hear, thank you. And the decision, this is more for the ZBA. Thank you for the details. I would encourage everybody to also come to the planning board hearing to work out any other details of the arrangement. But I'm speaking as my person today, not as the planning board. And the next one is to the ZBA, is your decision to issue a new drive-through permit or to move the existing permit? Or, are we going to end up with a possible permit in both places, I guess is my question.
So I think, go ahead.
Through the chair, Mark, we're requesting a new permit. It's a different parcel of land, different owner. So it would be a new permit for Dunkin'.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Yeah, and that goes a little bit to, one of the questions that was asked earlier about the possibility of having, the existing drive-through sort of remain with building this new one, and that, I'm inclined to agree with you, would be sort of a separate process, would require a separate special permit, a separate hearing, detailing, what is the nature of the business? Is it a bank? Is it an ATM? What else might it be? So, so that process would still be something to come, as I understand it. You have a question?
Yes, I do, I'm going back to the same question. So at the Route 12, Woodland, the intersection stop light. So why do we need to, after getting the coffee, they can always get out the same route, and why do they have to go to the Route 12 exit or the CVS exit? And there will be a queuing issue will be there. So I think, maybe that's not why don't they go the same way, like out?
I mean, they could. It's definitely a possibility. It's really.
We can make it like a one-way, right? So they can go only through the.
So then you're saying close the circulation between CVS and the Dunkin'?
So they get the coffee, and then they shouldn't be going to the, going out of the CVS entrance, CVS exit.
So the
reason is, at the stoplight, there are a couple of cars are standing there. So these cars goes in, there will be a problem. Or if they are trying to exit, the cars are flying. Get through the red light or get through the yellow light or whatever this guy goes in, there will be an accident waiting to happen. So I think, that's, am I making sense?
Yes.
Well,
Go ahead.
again, through the chair, this configuration was approved by the town long ago for the development of the CVS lot and the grass lot with that particular curb cut. My personal feeling is that it's an habitual business, we have the same customers, they're not gonna do that for the reasons you just mentioned. They'll either drive around the building to go to CVS, and if they're going that way on Woodland, taking a right on Woodland, to go west on Woodland, they'll do that because that's where they're going. They're not gonna go there that way specifically, because why would you go around to get at that intersection? You'd probably go back further north on Route 12 to get out, because it's safer and easier, and if there's a queue of cars, as you mentioned, you can get in the queue. Back there, it's gonna be much harder closer to the light. I think that's going to be a self-correcting behavioral problem.
Yeah, but we are not forcing them to go to the entering and exiting. We are allowing them to exit through the CVS, the Route 12 exit. That's the thing I'm worried.
Well, that can happen now. I mean, it happens now. I mean, people come out of CVS and do that.
Yeah, but this is going to be a whole lot of traffic. I get the coffee, I want to get out of the Dunkin'. So what I'm trying to do is, go to the
Chris, can I
easiest
address?
exit. That is the CVS exit. I want to go there. So there are two things will happen. One is when the stoplight is there won't be like a one or two cars, and then queuing problem will be there. So if there is no stoplight, green or yellow, the cars are flying from this side, and then they are trying to enter into the Route 12, there will be an accident waiting to happen. So I think, maybe we should think of, that as the cars are, after getting the coffee, they should not be going to the CVS entrance, CVS exit.
So I would respond through the chair that there are hundreds of curb cuts in that area right now. And there are people coming in and out and traffic going both ways at high speeds, and that's the case. This isn't really adding anything new, because again, we're not adding a minimum number of additional trips. And as you approach the intersection, the traffic slows. So I think it's probably safer there than it is along the multiple other curb cuts, because before you get to that light, you've got a long stretch of flat road where people pick up a lot of speed. It slows down as you approach where this development is now already. So I don't think it's creating a more dangerous situation. It's probably creating a safer situation because there's more activity, because it's already happening that way.
And the benefits when we were looking at the site access, there are 4 different site access along this site. So there's 3 along West Boylston Street. Yes, we're talking about the CVS right in, right out, but there's also the northern and southern. It's really going to be based on driver behavior, and then there's one at Woodland and the CVS as well. So there's 4 site driveways that people could go in and out.
And if, right now, if you wanted to go to Dunkin' and CVS, you're coming out of Dunkin', turning back into CVS, then coming out of CVS again. So people that are doing that, and there's a fair number of them, I've done it myself, where that's happening already. I mean, there's a lot of activity there now with the same people.
Yes, but it is
It'll just be closer
whole
to
different
CVS.
pattern, right? It's a whole different, I go to Dunkin', get the coffee, and then come out, and then go to the CVS. That's a whole different thing. Here, I get the coffee, and then gets out the CVS, then I want to exit out of the CVS exit. So that's a whole different thing.
It's a new interior traffic pattern, yes.
Yeah. So
I mean, right now, again, I'm trying to compare this to existing conditions as much as I can. Existing conditions are once, somebody goes through the drive-through, they get their coffee, and we've talked about how the existing condition there is far, let's say, much less than ideal. That there's congestion there sometimes, at, several times during the day. When you move it to this new proposal, so now instead of there being, the existing entrance back onto West Boylston Street, whichever direction you're going in, now you're gonna be adding access to that right in, right out, by CVS, as well as the exit onto Woodland Street, like you're talking about. So people leaving the drive-through and who want to drive south on West Boylston Street, they're gonna now have, they're gonna have two options.
Actually, three, Mr. Chairman.
Well, so you're talking about the,
Yeah, the two in front of Cedarwood Plaza that are
yeah,
there now.
so there's one more north of,
Right.
yeah, yeah.
So if the traffic is backed up, you could choose to continue
Fair
going
enough.
that way.
Fair enough. Yeah, so as opposed to what's currently there now, which is really just one. You're adding two new places for
One
people to-
uncontrolled with traffic going
Yes.
both ways and crisscrossing.
Yes.
It's more dangerous now, we think, than it would be with the proposal.
Yeah, okay. I mean, so anytime you increase volume, I think, as is considering being done here at the right in, right out at CVS now, or at the exit onto Woodland Street, anytime you increase that volume, yeah, I guess you're going to increase the risk of accidents
Yeah,
at those places.
definitely.
But I think what
So-
you're also doing
so
is
what I'm
greatly
saying is that
diminishing
if they go, like-
the accidents where, what's currently happening.
This will
now.
be less, instead of going this way, if they go, gets out, Route 12, that will be less. That's what I'm trying.
Yeah, yeah. So I don't want to forget, it looks like some other people have their hands raised online, so maybe at this point, I would
Wait,
ask.
I have more questions.
Oh, you do, Mr. Frieden, sorry, go ahead.
Okay. One of them is, I've heard of some concerns about on Woodland's side, and I'm taking full advantage of the fact that we have both projects represented here. But on Woodland, during traffic or rush hour, when people are leaving, perhaps leaving the Woodland side of CVS and taking a left, could we put a sign or something like that, would the traffic engineer recommend a sign that says, do not block the intersection, so people don't sort of inch out of CVS when there's a long line of just commuter traffic at the light coming down Woodland, and block the intersection so people going up Woodland are now jammed up? That would sort of let the traffic keep flowing, but it might be necessary to put that sign or even paint on that road, and it's a town road, so I think we could let our they recommend that. And then the other one was, do you think what do you think the impact, the other question for the traffic, what do you think the impact in timing is from the 40B? Do you think that there would be a benefit to trying to align the entrance exit of the plaza and the entrance exit of the 40B project? So that's two questions for the traffic people.
So I think the first question, you were saying, Mark, potentially at the Woodland and CVS driveway, adding a do not block the box.
Yes.
Okay, and then the second one, you're thinking if there could be any alignment of the existing West Boylston Street, the southern and northern side driveway, to see if we could match it up with the project across the street, 235?
Actually, it was more of a question, do you think that's a valid thing to try to do, given the timing? Like, are people going to be trying to leave over there at the same time that there's a lot of traffic going in this side, crossing each other? If the traffic doesn't look like that's an issue, then I guess it's not an issue, but does it look like it may? And aligning them would make it so that people don't sort of go out and crash into each other, like going two left-hand people turning into each other.
So for the first one, when we're looking at Woodland and the CVS driveway, it's about 5 trips in the morning that are actually turning a left, and then the AM peak hour is the one that's generating the most amount of trips. So it's about 5 in the morning that's turning a left, going into that CVS driveway, and then going through CVS to go to the Dunkins. It's not that many trips. And then for exiting the CVS driveway, we're assuming a lot of the folks are just turning a right out. If you needed to turn a left, you would probably use the site driveways along West Boylston Street.
Yes, I'm true. I don't know what the, thank you. That's a good answer. I didn't know what the impact was.
Okay. Mark, do you have any more questions?
About the alignment on the other one, do you think that aligning the 40B project with entrance to maybe making it only one entrance into the plaza, just so that there's, do you think the traffic coming in and out of the 40B and in and out of Dunkin's will be all at the same time? And do you think there's a value to trying to align those two entrances and exits to make it sort of a square intersection instead of an offset intersection?
Yeah, the only thing about if it's like a full intersection, folks could technically be crossing, you know, from one side of West Boylston to the other side, and then they would need to cross like 2 lanes of travel. That's not recommended. And then the other one, it's a mixed-use development. It's mostly residential. There is some mixed use, and then this one is more of like a Dunkin's. It's the most generated trips is going to be AM peak hour. So it's difficult at this time for me to say it's a bad idea or if it's a good idea. I think it's something that we would need to analyze, and then from there, what would be the impacts of the traffic and like which intersection? Is it combining north and southern site driveway? Is it just one of them? I feel as though it's difficult to say at this moment if it's a great idea or not.
Okay, I mean, if this special permit in front of the ZBA, I would just want to speak, if they're receptive to making that a better intersection, if it's advisable, that's all.
Anything else, Mark?
Nope, that's it.
Thank you. I do see a couple other hands raised online, so maybe, let's see, the next one I see, is there a, do I see the name? No, I can't read the name, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, please state your name and your address, and then you can unmute yourself and ask your question or make your comment.
Leah Della Santa Sylvester. I'd like to ask what this means for the abutters, specifically mine and my neighbor's property with the wooded area in between our property and the proposed area. My concerns are also, you know, lights, noise, buffers. You know, are there any thoughts of maybe fences or something? I don't know what this means. I mean, this is my backyard, you know, essentially that's my concern. I don't know what that means for my property.
Okay, thank you. Response from the petitioner?
Mr. Chair, if I could point to this plan here. Thank you. If I could point to this plan here. So there is in fact a wooded area behind here that will remain intact. There is a fence proposed that will limit the clear area. And as I pointed out, that landscape plan is quite substantial.
We can't hear you. Your mic's not on.
Sorry about that. So there is a fence proposed along the clear area. Talking here, as I was saying, this amount of wooded area would still remain wooded. We're not proposing to clear that past the zoning boundary line between business and the single-family residence. And there is a substantial amount of landscaping that would be going in there to try to close that gap from where we clear part of the trees that would leave some gap between the overstory and the ground, between the fencing and the new plantings that would, you know, substantially add to that screening.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like that line that you were just pointing out there, is that a zoning boundary line? What is?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I didn't point that out in my initial presentation, but there is a zoning boundary line. So the residential neighborhood behind here is zoned single-family residence. the land along Route 12 is zoned business, and this property is split, so we're not crossing that zoning line with any of the proposed work
Okay.
for the Dunkin' Donuts.
And so the existing conditions are that it's screened with greenery and trees?
It's an existing wooded area, so there's some hardwoods in there,
Okay,
and some softwoods, that we would have to do some clearing to move the boundary from here where it's cleared at
Yeah.
the grass area back to this parking. So the parking spaces here are proposed on the land owned by Branded Realty Group, so it's a little bit over that, reserved lot, that's the green area we're talking about. The reason for that is to get the additional lane width that, Mr. Frieden had asked about behind there. So we're not creating a conflict between cars backing out of spaces
Yeah.
and the drive-through lane.
But the part that you're proposing sort of that relates to the development is still within the business district, as opposed to the
That's correct.
residential?
Yes.
Okay. Did I see another question online?
I'd like the board to require a fence if possible. That would be ideal, really.
That's planning board, I believe, site plan review.
Yeah.
But we are
so-
proposing a fence.
Okay, so that's helpful to know. And yeah, so I'll make that point as well. You're absolutely right.
That's a lot going on, and we have, there's a lot of families, a lot of kids, my concerns are the noise and the lights. We already have a lot of light coming from CVS. And then, I don't know, and then what kind of people is that gonna attract? I just, I have a little girl, I just don't, it doesn't sit well with me if there was no fence. That's what I would really want.
No, absolutely, and as far as, sort of fencing is concerned and, lighting and all those things, those are things that are actually going to be discussed in much greater detail before the
Okay.
planning board during the site plan review hearing. I wouldn't say they're totally not relevant here, but what we're trying to focus on for the most part is the drive-through portion of this project, because that's the special permit that's currently being requested by the petitioner.
Thank you.
So thank you for your comments. I appreciate that.
Through the chair, I will respond, just again, we're neighbors. We also operate the Dunkin', we're not just developers, and my girls work at that Dunkin'. That's the kind of people that are gonna be there. And we close early, it's not a 24-hour operation. And the kind of people that are going to be there are the same kind of people that are there now, just 200 feet over to the south. We're not proposing any changes to the business. It'll be the same employees, same customers.
Okay, thank you. I do still see
Can
one. Oh,
Can I
yes.
just,
Go
I just want
ahead.
to add one thing. I live directly behind, Dunkin' Donuts and CVS. And just so you're aware, there is actually, it's like a homeless camp. There's like a tarp and something all set up in the woods there. I didn't know if you were aware of that, but that alone makes me, kind of weary and uncomfortable. Just so you know that's
Yeah,
there.
I appreciate that. That's certainly something that might want to bring to the attention of the local police. But thank you for that nonetheless. I do see another hand raised. I think the last name might be Winston. I can barely read it, I apologize. But if you'd like to make a comment, please state your name and your address and then go ahead with your question or comment.
Hi, my name's Corinne Winston. I'm at 38 Helen Drive, so I'm actually right behind Carroll Drive. Actually, I have two questions. So the first one I'd put in the comments was asking, are there plans to put sidewalks in on the road near Dunkin' Donuts? I know a lot of people in our neighborhood walk to that plaza already, and it's already dangerous. There's a crosswalk, but then there's not really a sidewalk after the crosswalk, so that would just make sense if that could be put in. Then the other one is, are there plans to put a left turn light on both sides of West Boylston Street, just because it's already pretty dangerous as is, turning left to try to get onto Woodland, going either direction. And so, but yeah, those are my two questions.
Thank you for your questions. I'll defer to the petitioner to answer those.
So, Mr. Chair, the intersection of Woodland Street and Route 12, the traffic signal is controlled by Mass DOT. So we really don't have the power to say whether there should be a left turn signal or not.
Yeah.
Something that the town has to, speak to Mass DOT about.
Yeah.
And they would have to do their study to evaluate whether there's enough trips versus the opposing traffic to warrant a signal, certain tests that they have to go through to
Okay.
determine that. As far as the question about the sidewalk, there is in fact a sidewalk across the site frontage. We are proposing to make a connection to it, as I explained during my presentation.
Okay, so you connect to, is there a sidewalk now along sort of where CVS currently is? I believe there is, right? And so you would essentially sort of hook up with what's currently there?
Yes, sir. There is an existing sidewalk that goes from Woodland Street up to the plaza.
Okay,
Not entirely. I've walked that road. I actually walked to that Dunkin' Donuts, and the sidewalk by CVS, it just kind of covers that corner of CVS, and that's it. It doesn't go up Woodland. It barely covers West Boylston Street, so it's pretty dangerous to walk as a pedestrian.
yeah, I think that's a fair comment, and I also know, I believe sidewalks, again, are another issue that will most definitely come up at the site plan review hearing before the planning board. 'Cause I know, being a former member of that board, I know that's come up a lot in the past. So I would expect that to continue. Is that fair, Raj? Okay.
But again, they are proposing a sidewalk on that Dunkin'.
We're just trying to spell out how much of an extension of the sidewalk we're proposing.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions from folks online?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the sidewalk along that frontage.
Yep.
We have about 120 feet of frontage.
Okay,
That would become a sidewalk. We're essentially making a loop and we're connecting that with an accessible route up to
okay,
the building, so it would all be wheelchair accessible.
okay. Thank you for that. I don't think there's any other comments online right now. So let me go back to the board then. Does the board have any? Oh, there's another question? Yes, please, go ahead.
Follow up on the question, Christine Biscotti, 18OF. Follow up on the question about the left turn lane. So how can we submit a request to try to get that DOT study after the Dunkin's? If you approve this, then you're going to be significantly increasing more traffic that is presenting onto West Boylston Street because they're going to come out of the CVS. And so then how can we express concern about that and ask for that, like as part of, if you go forward with this, can you add this to like a follow-up task after the fact?
Yeah, so my sense is sort of traffic regulation issues generally, I think, are touched by a number of different sort of local offices and boards. I mean, obviously, the police department has something to do with that. I think that the DPW maybe has something to do with that. The town administrator, I think those are all places which I think, I mean, obviously the select board would have some insight into that as well, I think. All good questions, and I agree with sort of the general notion, I think, that West Boylston Street generally is becoming busier and busier, and traffic generally is becoming, let's say, less than ideal. But whether there's, a simple quick fix and how to go about doing that, those are all really good questions. I think things that the town moving forward should pursue. But nonetheless, I think those things are a little bit beyond the scope of this hearing that we're having here today. But I'd certainly welcome any other comments from members of the board on that issue. That's just my 2 cents. Okay. Anybody have any further comments or questions generally about this proposal? I know we talked about the exit
The big
onto
concern is,
Woodland.
yeah, getting out of the CVS exit. That's my huge concern. And
Yeah.
also we are going to increase the, number of, now at this time, into CVS, the CVS entrance, the number of cars will be less. But after getting a coffee, if they are exiting out CVS, that's going to be a huge problem. Either it's a traffic light or no traffic light, there will be a huge problem. It goes to the same on the Woodland Street. So since this is a two different parcels, know the entrance to the CVS parcel from the Dunkin parcel. So they can get in and get out through the same drive-through pattern, right? What is the need for they have to get into the CVS parcel?
So I mean, the way I understand it, the way I'm thinking about it is it gives them, an additional option for exiting.
Yeah, but
right?
Additional option, and also we are increasing more traffic to the CVS.
that's
And
true.
people are parking, people are getting out, people are getting in. So this is, I go get one quick coffee and then get out.
Yeah.
So whereas CVS, it's a whole different ballgame. So, so we are increasing too much traffic in that CVS plaza. This is a under two different parcels.
Yeah.
So there is no need for that. So if that drive-through is better than the existing drive-through, so my only concern is, huge concern is, those two entrances.
If I may respond to the chair, that configuration was approved by the town. It's a recorded easement for both, the use of both parcels for permitted uses, which we are. That ship is somewhat sailed, but I understand what you're saying, and just as a consumer, if I'm going through there, I probably wouldn't try to get out there. As you can see, it's not a wide, it's designed not to be a wide free-for-all entrance so that it's easy to do. It's more for if you want to stay on the parcel to go to CVS. So if you're coming out, it would be much more difficult to get out that way at a peak period than it would be to just go back the way you came.
Yeah, but you have to think of the people also. So they want to get the coffee quickly, get out.
Well, I don't think
So
it's
they
quicker.
they are not going to the CVS, right?
Well, I don't think that's quicker to get out that way. If the conditions are as you just described them, people going 50 miles an hour, which again, I posit that they slow down as they approach that intersection now, or if it's very congested, it's not the prime route you're going to
I
choose.
totally understand that logic, but the problem, the thing I see is, not everyone is going to be mindful of that way. So this drive-through, with that, the way you are proposing, is more cars, more easily they can get out. So when they get out of the drive-through, they can go to the Route 12. If they want, they can always come back to the CVS. Or if they want to, they can go to the lights, and then they go beyond the CVS entrance, and then they can go beyond they can come back through the lights, and then they can come back to the Woodland Street entrance too, right?
Right, well, the idea was to give consumers an option. Again, driver safety, I mean, it's up to the driver.
Yeah,
Like
that's
I
what I'm
said.
saying. That's exactly I'm saying. Driver safety I'm thinking of.
Yeah, but again, I just think people aren't going to make choices that are dumb. I mean,
if you-
some might, but, I mean, they're going to make them whether they're there, down the street, in Boylston, in Shrewsbury. I mean, there's not a lot of control that any of us could have over that. I'm sorry, were you going to say something?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I could just read from the zoning bylaw under the design standards for site design standards under the planning board site plan rules and regulations. It states that service roads, connection of parking lots, to minimize turning movements onto adjacent public ways, developers are encouraged to provide internal circulation systems, in parentheses, service roads that connect to adjacent developments, in parentheses, parking area to parking area. Site plans that propose service roads and/or connection of parking areas shall show on the plan how the connection of parking areas will be achieved and have a deeded agreement from the abutter. So this is something that we put on the plan because it's encouraged, and it's something the planning board will be looking for, is interconnection of parking lots
Yeah.
to prevent people from going onto 12 and coming back off again.
The other thing too that occurs to me is even if somehow we were to say, okay, we'll allow the drive-through, but we won't allow exit access onto Woodland Street. If we were to do that, I mean, you've still got that right in, right out piece. And to get there, once you get there, a driver could still choose to exit through, the exit behind CVS onto Woodland Street. So I don't know how you're gonna stop that, even if you wanted to. Just as a practical matter, even if you had a sign that said, you must enter West Boylston Street here, it's connected to another parking lot. I mean, people are gonna, I think, do what they think is best. I think. I don't know. Other comments from other board members? Dave, John, you guys have comments or concerns on the traffic configuration here?
I think it was very well explained.
Okay. Thank you, Dave.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Okay, we have a motion to close the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion.
Waiting for John.
We have a second. Any comments from board members before we take a vote to close the public hearing? Hearing none. All right, so we'll do a voice vote then to close the public hearing. Dave, your vote?
Yes.
Okay, John, your vote?
Yes.
Okay, Chris?
Yes.
Raj?
Yeah, closing the public hearing.
Okay, and I'm a yes as well, Toby, so it's 5-0. The public hearing is closed. Now that the public hearing is closed, are there comments from the board? I mean, obviously, we've talked about this exit onto Woodland Street. If there are any conditions that folks on the board think should be considered, I'd certainly be interested in hearing those. If there aren't any, then I guess I'd entertain a motion on the merits.
Chris, I think we did have the public asking for conditions regarding screening or fencing, did we not?
Yes, and so the question there is, since this is a special permit for a drive-through, is that, and also the fact that there's sort of a parallel process of site plan review with the planning board. I'm certainly willing to entertain conditions that relate to fencing, et cetera. But I wouldn't necessarily want to tie the hands of the planning board, since I think, historically, in my experience, that's something that is maybe equally or maybe even more.
No, I understand. You brought up the conditions, and I just wanted that,
Yeah.
We did have comments from the public, and I think perhaps you're right, that's more of a planning board issue, because this is a special permit related to a drive-through, but wanted that on the record.
Yep.
I think it's appropriate for you, what you just did is to clarify that screening, fencing, whatever is going to be, is more in the purview of the planning board than the ZBA.
Yeah, and again, in my experience, it's pretty common for that to be the result. And I think the petitioner even remarked that I think they're proposing fencing anyway.
Our application proposes it.
Yeah,
The
okay.
project includes it already.
Thank you for that. All right, so thank you, John, for that clarification. If there aren't any other comments from board members, then I'll entertain a motion to approve the special permit.
I'll make a motion to approve the special permit for a drive-through for Dunkin' Donuts at 262 West Boylston Street.
Okay, thank you, Dave. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, John. We have a motion. We have a second.
Is it 262? Oh, okay.
I think it's a number, it's 2 or 3 different numbers, yeah.
So this says, 262 West Boylston Street. Drive-through is 244 West Boylston Street.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. Any commentary from the board members before we vote? Hearing none. All right, we will do a voice vote. John, your vote.
Yes.
Okay, Dave, your vote.
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Raj?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well, Toby. It's 5-0. The special permit is granted. There will be a written decision to this effect that will be filed with the town clerk within 14 days. After that, there's I believe, a 20-day appeal period, just so you're aware of that. But thank you very much. I appreciate the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to we have another public hearing. So if, by all means, folks can move about, but please remain as quiet as you can. Go ahead, Toby.
Do you want to sign that now, or do you want to wait until the end?
We can do it at the end. That's fine. Yep. We'll just take a moment here while we're setting up, getting ready for the next hearing. When we start, would you mind reading that into the record for me? Thank you. Appreciate it. We'll give Raj a break this time. Yeah. Just wait for our couple of board members to come back. And I appreciate your patience. I know the agenda said 8 o'clock, but it's, should be taken with a grain of salt, so apologies. All right. So before we start the public hearing, we'll begin like we always do. We will read the public notice into the record. So please, Chris.
Okay. Notice of public hearing, Zoning Board of Appeals, West Boylston, Massachusetts. The town of West Boylston Zoning Board of Appeals will hold a public hearing on Thursday, July 17th, 2025 at 8 p.m. at the West Boylston Town Offices, 140 Worcester Street, West Boylston, Mass., in room 210, Select Board Meeting Room and remotely. Zoom instructions will follow on meeting agenda to be posted 48 hours prior to meeting to act upon the petition of Kathleen and Frederick Litchfield, 72 Malden Street, for variance for an accessory apartment to exceed the conditions pursuant to zoning bylaw section 3.4, or alternatively, a special permit for the same use. Record title stands in the name of Nicole C. and Paul P. Redmond, 72 Malden Street, West Boylston, Mass. Copies of the petition are on file at the office of the town clerk, 140 Worcester Street, and are available upon request. All interested parties are invited to attend the public hearing either in person or remotely. Christopher Olson, Chair.
Thank you very much. Wonderful. And so we will run this hearing the way we run all of our hearings. So first, we'll give you the floor. We'll allow you to introduce yourself, explain what relief you're requesting from the board. The board members have questions, we'll ask them. We will open it up for public comment, and then we'll go from there. So with that, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Fred Litchfield. This is my wife Kathleen and our daughter Nicole Redmond. We signed the application, but Nicole is the owner of the property. I just wanted to make that clear, and that the permit would be in her name, whatever's granted. I would like to thank you for taking the opportunity to meet with us this evening and let you know that I'm aware that you take this responsibility very seriously. I recently retired as the town engineer for the town of Northborough after 25 years. And I worked with lots of land use boards and committees throughout my career. We're here to request a variance for an accessory apartment to exceed the conditions as outlined in section 3.4 of the zoning bylaw. I would like to provide some history because I feel the situation is a bit unique. Since the portion of Nicole's house where the apartment would be has been there for approximately 20 years and has been used as an apartment during that time. When Nicole and her then husband, Paul, purchased the home about 5 years ago, they were told the apartment was fully permitted, and only recently did we find out that that was not true. At this point, my wife and I have sold our house in Shrewsbury and live here with Nicole and our two granddaughters, Molly, 13, and Grace, who's 10. Moving here allows us to help Nicole and our granddaughters financially, as Nicole is currently a single mom receiving no financial support from her ex-husband. The 24 by 28 addition that was built about 20 years ago consists of approximately 670 square feet, including a bedroom, a bathroom, and a small living room area on the first floor. The basement of this area is unfinished and is where the furnace, the oil tank, the electric panel, and the hot water heater for the existing addition are located. There's also a kitchen area and another bathroom located in the basement of the original house, which Nicole occupies, which are available for use by the apartment, consisting of approximately 320 square feet. As I indicated previously, there's a small area on the first floor of the existing addition for use as a living room, but we feel the area is approximately 10 by 10 and is not quite adequate due to location of the stairway to the basement, the existing entryway, and therefore we're also requesting permission to attach a small addition, 14 by 24, to the rear of the existing addition to allow us to have a more suitable living and dining area. This small addition would not be visible from Malden Street. I understand the total area we are requesting of 1,326 square feet for the accessory apartment may seem like a lot to ask for as compared to the 700 square feet allowed per the bylaw. But given the layout of the existing addition and the original house, there does not appear to be any other feasible alternative for us. I did speak with the building inspector regarding the new accessory dwelling unit bylaw passed by the governor this past February, but I was told that would not apply in this case as it requires any area located within the basement, a full basement, to be included within the 900 square foot limit under that law. There's two portions to that law. One is 50% of the existing house or 900 square feet, whichever is less. In this case, the 900 feet would be the limiting factor. Regardless if the basement is finished or not, so that in talking to the building inspector, he said that the basement, even though it's unfinished, that area, which would mirror the size directly above it, would put us over the 900 square feet. And there's no provision for a variance under that bylaw, that law that the governor passed without going to Superior Court to argue against the law that the governor passed, and we're not interested in that, and he recommended we take this route. I understand some of the board may be concerned about setting a precedent and allowing other applicants to seek an accessory apartment of similar size, but I would suggest this situation is fairly unique, as the existing addition has been in place for approximately 20 years with no issues that I'm aware of, or any reduction in property values as some may be concerned about. Additionally, the lack of an easily accessible kitchen segregated from the main structure should mitigate any concerns that the accessory apartment could be used as a fully independent dwelling, and thus mitigate any concerns that the property could be later converted to a two-family use should Nicole ever sell the home. I would also suggest that the current layout of the existing structure cannot be altered or reduced in size without significant cost and structural changes. The proposed improvements are least likely to create any infringement upon other neighbors' use of their property or the overall appearance of the property as a single-family dwelling in comparison to a fully segregated ancillary structure or larger addition on the main house. In summary, we are requesting these variants to allow us to financially help our daughter and granddaughter stay in the home and the community that they love.
Thank you. I noticed in your submission that you included some drawings.
I did.
I see there's a Plan A, there's a Plan B.
Yes.
And what else? A Plan C. Could you just sort of go through those briefly, maybe, and explain each of those?
Sure. The Plan A is the house as it exists today. The hatched area that you can see is all the area that Nicole and her family occupy, her daughters. The portion to the right side of that, showing the living room, the master bedroom, and the bathroom, is what I refer to as the existing addition that was built approximately 20 years ago. I'm not sure how the copies came out, but the living room area that I talked about is complicated by the doorway that's on the right side of the drawing, and the windows and the stairwell that are basically in the middle of the far end of the house, kind of limiting that area to that small area at the end of the stairway, right in front of the door for a living room. That's the area that we felt was not quite big enough for a living room. We'd like to keep the rest of the layout the way it is for cost's sake. If you look at Plan B, Plan B is just a small portion of the foundation. I showed that because that is the only portion of that basement that's accessible or as part of the base of the apartment, the existing apartment.
So Plan B, you're saying that's part of the existing basement?
That is the basement of the existing house.
Okay.
And the stairway that's listed there, that is the area, if you were to put the other plan on top of it, that stairwell, there are slightly different scales, but that stairwell lines up with the stairwell that goes up to the existing apartment.
Okay.
And the rest of the foundation that's around that area is unfinished, but not shown on that plan.
Okay.
And that would be to the right of where those stairs are. And then Plan C is basically Plan A with the small addition that we wanted to add in the back of the property, of the existing addition. It is jogged slightly to the north, I guess, simply because we're trying to save a window and push it a little bit away from our neighbor, the Dunns, to that side of the property. But you can tell from that Malden Street is along the paper's edge to the left, and that addition would not be visible from Malden Street as you look at it at the front of the house where the garage is, slightly off the road.
Okay, thank you. So let me say at the top, so I obviously reviewed your application, and one of the things that I wanted to ask a little bit about was, well, let me take a step back. So let's first talk about the town's bylaw for accessory apartments, right?
Okay.
That it has a number of requirements in it, and one of them you mentioned has sort of a maximum of 700 square foot for a unit for an accessory apartment. So there's that piece, and I think that's, that seems to, played into your reason to, maybe to request a special permit in this instance. Is that fair?
Yes, well, I've spoken to the building inspector a few times since the beginning of the year. And in the beginning, I was thinking that the law that the governor passed would apply and that I would just be able to kind of do what I wanted to do reasonably. And then in speaking with him, after it was made clear how the town would interpret that, and it's his role as a building inspector to make that interpretation, he explained to me that because the law that the governor passed requires them to count the square footage of a full basement, regardless of whether it's finished or unfinished, towards the 900. So basically, you could have a full basement and a first floor of 450 square feet, and that would be the size that you'd be limited to under the law. And there's no provision for a variance to that under the local bylaw. So he suggested that I file for a special permit. And initially, I did submit a draft of a special permit to Toby, and then was given some direction that a variance is really what I need. And I'm not sure if the special permit needs to be granted and then a variance also be granted to exceed the 700 square feet, but we're working within, I'm trying to work with, just trying to do it the right way.
Yeah, absolutely.
My career as a town engineer guides me towards being open and honest with you about what we were trying to do. And I think this is the best possible route that we could have taken in order to clear things up and make legal. We're really, what we want to do, we want to help our daughter stay in her home. But we also want her to be able to have the home the way she purchased it, and that was with an apartment. And it's been used as an apartment from what I understand. We've spoken to several of the neighbors. As far as I know, there's never been an issue with anything that's happened as the apartment. It's always been a family member of whoever lived there occupying that apartment, and we want to continue that. We just feel as though we can't make it any smaller. We could eliminate the access to that kitchen, I suppose, but then we'd have to build one somewhere else, and then the addition we'd ask for would have to be slightly larger. We're looking to minimize the cost that we spend. I am retired, my wife is planning to retire shortly, and so we're planning to live here with our daughter and granddaughters and do some traveling. So we're just trying to find the best way to make that all work.
That all makes perfect sense. So what you just explained, so you're right, there is this town bylaw which talks about accessory apartments specifically in single residence districts, which is where the house is located. And then much more recently, within the last year or so, this new state law has passed now that deals with accessory dwelling units, I think it's called, right? The sort of same idea, and again, specifically relating to single residence districts, where I think the most important, or one of the most important differences between our town bylaw on accessory apartments and the state law on accessory dwelling units is sort of the difference in size that's allowed between the two, right? 700 according to our bylaw, 900 according to the state. Is that fair?
I believe it is. The state has that first caveat where it can't be more than 50% of the house that's being either attached or detached to. Also, my understanding is that the accessory dwelling unit law that the governor passed is by right. In all residential districts in all cities and towns in the Commonwealth. It also does not, and again, I'm not an expert, nor am I an attorney, but it also does not limit the use of that ADU to a family member. Where I think the local bylaw does, or can.
I think, that all makes perfect sense. So the way I'm open to the petitioner for your comments, I'm open to other board members here. But the way I'm trying to think of, we've got these two different pieces. We've got the special permit piece for sort of the local bylaw up to 700 feet. But that's a special permit that's requested. You don't have a right to that. You have to come and ask for it.
I understand.
Whereas under the state law, as you correctly said, that is a by right allowance, let's say, under the state law, and they also increase it up to 900 square feet. So that, yeah, you're right, that's another second sort of, I think, very important distinction between the two. And so sort of the way I'm viewing it is, it seems to me that it's probably the case that our town, among other things, probably needs to take a look at maybe updating our accessory apartment bylaw in view of this state law now. They haven't done so yet. So my sense of that is, and again, folks can, you know, feel free to raise their own opinions. But my sense of that is, since the state, I mean, state law generally is going to, you know, is going to sort of overrule whatever the town's regulations are. So
Supersedes that.
exactly. So, preemption. Thank you.
Preemption.
So the way I'm going to understand this is, if someone, you or anybody else, came to this board and asked for, you know, an accessory apartment, accessory dwelling unit, whatever you want to call it, for that meets the state requirements, that they actually don't need zoning relief in order to do that. They can do that by right, just by going and talking to the building inspector and get the necessary building permits. So I view the special permit in this case as sort of superseded by the state law. Again, folks can sort of feel free to disagree on that point, but that's my initial sense. Moreover, so to me, that makes the special permit route in this context sort of not the proper means to address the request that you're making of this board. But then, so I'm also looking at, well, so now let's consider the state law that talks about 900 square feet by right, as you just described, and as the building inspector's position is that the way he understands the configuration as it is, and as it's being proposed, that also doesn't meet, you know, the requirements of the state law, because I think, among other things, it's a little bit bigger than the 900 square feet, and no variances are allowed to that state law, as you mentioned. So again, there, we're faced with this difficulty of that doesn't seem to be a viable path either towards giving you sort of the zoning relief that you're looking for here. So to me, that's why I think when I had first, when somebody had first reached out to me about this, and I was thinking about how to handle this, it seems to me that the special permit route really isn't an option. It seems to me that the state law route with the accessible dwelling units isn't an option, again, as evidenced by the building inspector's determination. But there is this third option of seeking a variance to sort of the town's existing bylaw on accessory apartments. And so that seems to me to be at least a possible path forward towards granting the relief that's being requested here. Does all that make sense? Am I understanding things as far as?
I think so. It's confusing. As
Yeah,
a
it
homeowner,
is.
it's confusing.
It is.
But I believe that you come to the same conclusion that I have over
Okay.
the last few months.
Okay.
So
Okay.
that's why we're here. I think that this is our best route
Yep.
to get to what we want.
Okay.
And we're looking for your
Okay,
guidance.
great. All right, that's wonderful. So it sounds like we're all in the same place here. So I know, and that's still, what I just said, it still seems, convoluted is the wrong word, but it still seems complicated, a little bit complex. So let me ask board members if they have sort of any disagreement with
So
that approach, or if they think about it
The thing is, you know, for
differently.
me to
Yeah.
understand it, 700 square feet is our town bylaw allows.
Correct.
So, but 900 square feet is the state law allows.
Yep, and
So
by
what-
right.
By right. So what we are looking for here, 990?
So it's, I don't know what
It
the
adds
cost.
up to a little over 1,300 when you add the proposed addition. It's
Okay.
990 existing, the way that it's calculated currently.
So it's including the basement, it is going to be,
The portion of the basement of the existing house that includes the kitchen that kind of goes with the apartment is a total of 990 square feet, and then the addition that we're seeking is an additional 336 square feet, so that we could have a living room of suitable size,
Okay.
as shown in that Plan C.
Thank you, that's good clarification. Further question, Raj?
No.
Okay. But I'm just curious if board members sort of, I mean, hopefully I was coherent when I was describing that, maybe I wasn't. But so this strikes me as an instance where to the extent that relief is possible here, that it sounds like it's more down the variance route as opposed to, say, a special permit.
Yeah, I tend to agree too, and just as an attorney myself, not in that area, but to me, the state law preempts our local bylaw, given the 900 square feet, the 900 square feet is automatic, but then we of course are exceeding that, then seems to me.
At the same time, variance has a high standard.
High standard,
Yeah, that's true.
Well, that's all of these different factors that we have to consider.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
So Dave and John, I want to give you an opportunity. John, go ahead.
Yeah, Chris, when Raj started to talk, the screen froze for a minute there, so I think I may have missed a little bit of the discussion. It was, I don't know, 30 seconds or so that it was frozen. So you may have covered that.
No, what I said was, John, what I said was, variance has a high standard.
Right, no, I got that part. So it was at the beginning when you just started to talk. But in any case, I agree, we seem to be at a variance issue, but we have this twofold strangeness, because before we even talk about the proposed addition, we're already exceeding the 900 square feet. So just ignore the 700 feet issue. Under the state law, you have the 900 square feet, but that's already exceeded before we even reach the discussion of adding on to that to get to the 1,300 or so.
Yeah.
So I'm not even sure how to hold those two thoughts. Like before we even contemplate going further, we seem to be already if there was no addition put on, do you still need a variance just to get to that 990?
The way I understand it, I think that's correct, and I think that was the building inspector's determination, as best I understand that. I don't think he's on the line, but if he is, he can certainly feel free to speak up.
No, he's not yet.
Oh, he's not. Okay, John. But is that your sense as well?
Yeah, it is, and I just think it's very strange. It is what it is. I mean, you don't choose your facts. But it creates this very strange dynamic where the petitioner is seeking a variance for this addition, which I understand the whole rationale there. It was well explained. But before you even reach that, you have this sort of, for lack of a better term, pre-existing non-conforming accessory dwelling unit that, for whatever reason, that's no longer relevant. Never went through the permitting process, or at least never completed the permitting process.
Yeah.
So I'm so much struggling to figure out what it is we are acting on. We're almost acting on two different things. I mean, they could be one could be superseded by the other if we were to vote and approve the 1,300-ish square feet once you get the addition on there. But hypothetically, if we were to say no to the addition, I don't know where that leaves the petitioner. With this strange.
Yeah.
It creates an uncomfortable legal question in my mind. Anyways, that's just what I wanted to say for discussion purposes. That I think this is we're in strange ground.
A question I have: would it make sense? And I don't know, maybe this would be for both the board and maybe the petitioners. Would it make sense to have almost two different votes, two different hearings on this? First we deal with the issue of the 990, And then assuming if that gets voted in the petitioner's favor, then at that point address the addition of, to bring it to the 1,300 square feet. Like to break this up into two different hearings, but would that require the petitioners, I don't know, withdrawing this application and restarting a new application for that, to get to approve the 990, and then starting a new one after that, assuming the 990 is approved, and then go from there?
Or can we, in this petition, can we approve only the 990 without the addition? Is it?
I mean,
I don't know.
So
I'm
it's,
just asking.
it's a so again, the
variance.
way I'm understanding this is there's a variance request before us.
Yes.
And so to the extent that that's how we're viewing this, that we're viewing.
So
it-
variance for how many square feet? 1326?
Right, so let's take the 990 first, the existing conditions first, okay?
Even 990 needs a variance.
Even 990 needs a variance.
Because it is beyond the 900 or
Yes.
beyond the 700.
It's beyond the.
700, town allowed 700.
And the state at right.
But we are not going to talk
Right.
about the state.
900.
Because our town bylaw says 700, right?
It does, yes.
Yeah, some state by,
Right,
the
so
town
we
bylaw
can't
says
give a variance over the state law, to your point.
Yeah.
So we're giving a variance over the town bylaw.
town bylaw. So what we are giving is a variance on top of the 700.
Yes, so from 700 to whatever it is, 990 for the
990.
existing structure.
Yes.
Yes,
Chris, can I weigh in on that?
yes.
It seems to me it might be advantageous, and I could be wrong about this analysis, to the petitioner if we, as proposed, the requested variance is for the 1,300 square feet. I know I'm rounding, but 1,300. If we were to approve that, then sort of everything gets, we don't have to deal with the issue of the 900, because it's all swept into one.
Yep.
If we try to bifurcate this, that may not be advantageous to the petitioner, because if let's say we did it as the 1,300, and let's just purely hypothetically, let's say we said no to the 1,300, I think the petitioner could still come back and say, okay, well, now I want 900 and whatever the number is, 930 or 990, and they don't lose their right to ask for that. But if we did both of those, and hypothetically, if we said no twice, now the petitioner's in a pickle. So I think if we said no, again, I'm not saying that that's how I'm voting, but just trying to play this out for how this may work best. If we simply consider the 1,300, I think that preserves their right to come back and ask for something less, and they're not precluded from seeking additional variance relief at a later date, which could be a later date, like in 2 months. Do you see it differently?
So John, my question is, once you denied variance, they cannot come back, right?
No, see, that's why I'm proposing it that way, because I'm saying they're seeking a variance for the 1,300. Let's hypothetically, we said no to the 1,300. I don't know that precludes them from coming back and seeking a variance for, let's say, 900. Right?
For 990, yeah.
I don't know that legal thing.
Yeah, and so to me, that's not I wouldn't consider that sort of a repeat petition. I think there's a material change there, so to speak.
I think so, because you're talking about a difference between, we would be looking at, and I mean, the petitioner may not like it, may not want to do this, so I'm not trying to impose anything, but right now, it's 1,300 with an actual addition being proposed. So I think, again, purely hypothetically, if the board was to say no, I think coming back and saying, okay, well, we're not going to put an addition on, but we want some other thing. I think that's substantially different from proposing a 300 and, something square foot addition, that they would not be precluded from coming back and seeking a variance, to say 990 or whatever that number is, because it would be significantly different than proposing to add 300 square feet of an addition to the structure. And I'm not suggesting that that's how the petitioner wants to go forward. or, you know, that is the only way forward. But it seems to me that if we were to act on what they really are asking for is the 1,300 square feet, if we say yes, okay, everybody, you know, everything just sort of gets swept under that, and the petitioner gets the relief they're hoping for. If we were to say no, the petitioner has the ability to come back with some lesser revised plan, and I don't think we've closed off all avenues to them. So if I'm correct in that analysis, that seems like that is us acting on the 1,300 square feet is probably the best path forward, and for us to not concern ourselves with the current 990, because we either resolve everything and it's what the petitioner wants, or we resolve it and it's not what the petitioner wants, but the petitioner still has the ability to come back with a different plan. I don't know if the rest of the board sees it that way.
Yeah, I mean, that seems reasonable to me. I mean, I don't know if the petitioner, having heard that, if you have comments, feel free to opine.
A couple comes to mind. I guess I didn't file an application with 2 variances in mind.
Yeah.
But I think that, I guess I envisioned that you would take up one and then the other. In terms of coming back, it's a little frustrating for us because I've been at this since January when I first started talking to the building inspector, and he indicated that he could not give me any building permits to renovate anything in the house other than, there's one in the apartment area, other than one bathroom. He did say he would give me a permit to renovate the bathroom, but we're trying to renovate the kitchen and change some interior walls and things. And I can't do anything until there's some resolution going forward. And so even to come back in a couple of months would be actually, 3 or 4 months by the time we actually could get building permits. And then now we're talking the end of the year, and it's a long time to have waited. The other thing is, I'd point out that if it wasn't an accessory apartment, and I had asked the building inspector this, could I just put an addition on as a single-family house, just make it a little bit bigger? We're not encroaching on any setbacks, front yard or side. We're not encroaching on our neighbors in any way. We could just put an addition on if it was just a single-family house, but he indicated that was not possible. So I'm really left with this route that I've come here with. And our first choice is to have you grant technically both variances, and point out that we did not create the situation. The 990 came from the prior owner, 20 years ago. My recollection, my assumption is, based on what I've found out throughout my research, is that second kitchen that's listed on the property record card, I can't prove, I don't know for sure, but I think that was there many years ago. And then 20 years ago, whoever owned the house put on that 24 by 28 addition, which is slightly under 700 square feet, thinking he could get an accessory apartment. Now, I think there was an application for an accessory apartment. There's no record of a decision or withdrawal in the town's records when I went to the building department to start this process. So I don't know what happened there. In speaking to some of the neighbors, I understand there was a public hearing at some point, but
How long ago?
20 years.
20 years. Wow.
And so that's why everyone's memory is suspect at that point, especially mine. So it's not clear how it happened. All I'm assuming is the kitchen was there, he tried to put on the addition to make it an apartment, and for whatever reason, it didn't go forward. It was determined to be not a legal apartment for all this time. It's been used that way. And that's where the 990 comes from. If I was doing it today, we would certainly do it differently. We would not include, easily you could have included all the utilities that are in the basement of the existing house, and then had that basement as a living area, or converted it at some point within the town's bylaw. we're just trying to move forward. We're trying to give our daughter some peace of mind. We're there, we're trying to help her financially so she can stay in her house with her children in the community that she really wants to be in. And we're looking to move it along and ask for your permission to do this addition as well as have the 990 square feet.
Yep. Okay, thank you for that.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah, Dave, go ahead.
Okay, so if we approve this variance for the 1,300 square feet, okay, is the building inspector, is he going to issue a building permit to these people? I mean, is that what he's looking for? Is he looking for us to approve something that he's going to say, okay, I will now give you a building permit?
So, so let me just read an email that I have from the building inspector on this matter, that he sent to the board. It's dated June 13th. You may have seen this, you may not. I believe, hopefully you've seen this. Yeah, you're on the email. So it's from the building inspector. Hi all, what I understand is the applicant has, as you mentioned, has an illegal accessory dwelling unit. No idea how he built what he already has. Well, you just described it wasn't built by you, it was built by folks in the past. But what he has is an illegal accessory dwelling unit, and he wants to add additional square footage to that unit. It basically will be a two-family in a single-family zoning district. I have refused to issue full renovations permit for the illegal apartment. I only allowed a bathroom remodel. So that's what he wrote. So I think so Dave, you asked about the building inspector. As I understand this situation, if this board were to grant a variance and thereby allow their ability to use part of that structure as an accessory apartment, okay? So now there's sort of legally two units there, not just one. Then to me, that would likely, I think, change the building inspector's calculus a little bit, such that he would then, I think, should be more inclined to grant some of the building permits that he's not entitled to now. Because it seems like the point that he raised, again, in the email is that it's a two-family and a single-family zoning district. So he's saying the current use doesn't align with the zoning district, and he's calling it an illegal accessory dwelling unit. Meaning, so according to him, they didn't get permission in the past or currently. They don't have permission for sort of a second independent living space. Does that make sense?
I understand exactly what you're saying, but the thing is, that email that he sent does not answer my question.
Yep.
Okay, and it doesn't answer the question that the petitioner is looking for, because he's saying, because what I'm asking is that if we grant this variance for the 1,300 square feet, and he goes back to the building inspector and says, okay, the ZBA granted a variance for 1,300 square feet, is he now going to grant them a building permit? This is why it is imperative, and I'm going to say this a million times, that when the building inspector is asked to come to a ZBA meeting to answer questions on decisions that he is making, to answer to us about why he's making these decisions, he is imperative for him to come to these meetings. That email does not answer my question, and it does not answer anything that petitioner is asking for. We don't know. We can approve the variance. That doesn't guarantee, at least it doesn't answer my question, that guarantees that he's going to issue a building permit. He needs to come to these meetings and tell us what he's thinking. I can't read his mind.
No, I entirely agree with you, Dave. And just in full disclosure, you're right. I mean, he was asked to be present at this hearing, and
Can you send an email to the town admin?
Sure.
Yeah.
Can't do it
Chris,
tonight.
Chris, I think
Yeah.
it certainly would be nice if he came, but I don't think that changes anything.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. It would be very nice if he came and he answered those questions. But the question before us is the question before us. Whether or not he ultimately grants a building permit, that's a separate question. We either grant the variance or we don't. If we grant the variance and he, for whatever reason, chooses not to to give the building permit, he's going to have some rationale for that, and perhaps there would be an appeal route for that. But I don't think that we should be making a decision based on his agreement that if we take action X, that his response will be action Y. We have a different function than he has. So there is a request before us. We will vote on that request, and there'll be a decision one way or the other. He doesn't work for us. His decisions get appealed to us in some circumstances, and if we are directly addressing something that's appealed, then he would be bound by that. But again, it's the question that's before us, not a back and forth with the building inspector. Now, all that being said, it is very important and helpful to have the building inspector present, because there are questions, and questions in this case, where it would be nice to have his input and his thought process, and how he's calculating square footage in some cases, and so on and so forth. So I support the general idea of having the building inspector present, but I don't think it impacts what is before us and our ability to vote on that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, John. Other comments from board members? Any questions? Okay.
Chris, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Hang on, Dave.
Hold on.
I just clarify a little bit of my conversation with the building inspector. It's just hearsay, but when I asked him about permits to renovate, he said no, because the property is in zoning violation. The apartment is illegal, and so he couldn't issue any building permits. He recommended this route, I believe, that a variance would then put the property back into zoning compliance. If you grant the variance, that allows us to do what we want to do, and I believe that's why he needs us to get the variance, so that he could then issue building permits. He did indicate that he would grant a permit to renovate the bathroom. I'm not quite sure what the distinction was between the bathroom and the other areas, but that was what he said, and I was grateful for what time he would give me.
Well, I appreciate that, thank you. And so, just to circle back on the variance piece, so you're right, there is a particular standard under, the law with regard to variances that we need to relate to. And I'll just, one thing that's important about that variance is, one of the things that we're required to look at is whether the request at hand sort of has something to do with the land or the parcel, on which, this use is being requested, whether there's something particular to the land itself that, makes it more appropriate for an
Chris,
exception
would you
be
like me to
made
read it?
in
It's
this
section
case.
305.62 F.
Yeah, go ahead.
Variances. The zoning board of appeals may grant, upon appeal or petition with respect to particular land or structure, a variance expressly including a variance for the use, form, the provisions of this bylaw, where said board specifically finds that, owing to the circumstances relating to the soil conditions, shape, or topography of such land or structures, and especially affecting such land or structure, but not affecting the general zoning district in which it is located, a literal enforcement of the provisions of this bylaw would involve substantial hardship, financial or otherwise, to the petitioner or appellant, and that desirable relief may be granted without substantial detriment to the public good and without nullifying or substantially derogating from the intent or purpose of the zoning bylaw.
Thank you, John. Yeah, so that's the standard that we need to be considering. It is, it is, that's certainly true. I mean, relative to a special permit standard, yes. All right, so are there other questions from board members at this time? Okay, hearing none. That being the case, then I'll open it up to public comment. Is there any public comment from folks virtually attending? Mark, looks like you have your hand raised. Please, your name and address, and go ahead with your comment. You're on
muted.
mute, Mark.
Mark Frieden, 8 Pinewood Drive. My comment is I'm confused why he's not allowed just to put an addition onto his home. You know, I mean, it seems like it's not really a significant thing that it's a separate apartment. It's just that they want to put an addition on. And I'm wondering what makes it a separate apartment if it's sort of a confused shared kitchen or something like that. Why they, I mean.
Yeah, so as I understand it, the issue is not with the structure per se, it's with the use of the structure.
Then could you do a variance just in general, variance of the single-family zoning to just make it 2-family zoning for him for right now to create something substantially similar to the sketches he's applied? I mean, just so that he doesn't have to come back if he changes the size or something like that, you know?
You have a comment? Go ahead.
Yes, my comment is that we're not seeking a two-family.
Yeah.
It's an in-law apartment. It's always been used by another family member for the 20 years that it's been there. We're not seeking a two-family. We're not asking to have you grant us any permission to use it as a two-family. We're simply using it as we want to make the accessory apartment that was built illegally, or however you want to look at it, 20 years ago, make that allowed, make it legal, so that we can then get permits to renovate the space that's there. And in addition, we would like to add a small area to the back to increase the size for my wife and I to live a little more comfortably. That's all. Basically, to help our daughter financially, we think that that meets the criteria that you have outlined in the financial portion of the hardship, and that the house really has been operating this way for many years and without any issue as far as I know.
Yep.
So I really, I think the building inspector may have overstated when he said it's basically a two-family, because it's not. It's never been used that way.
Yep.
And that's not the distinction that we're looking for. And I want to make it clear that that's not the case. The case is not so she can rent it to anyone else later on. It's simply a family member.
Yep. And to your point, our zoning bylaw does allow accessory apartments in single-family residence district.
And I mean, I know the discussion about the whole ADU law that the governor passed is not appropriate here.
Yep.
But that basically has changed zoning in the Commonwealth completely, because now anybody who builds an ADU by right doesn't have to rent it to a family member. It is basically a two-family.
Yep.
And all across the Commonwealth. So that's not what we're seeking.
Yeah.
We're just trying to help our daughter.
Yep, fair enough, fair enough. Mark, does that answer your question?
It does, but it sounds like it's more of it's an appeal of an opinion or something like that. You know, I'm a little confused. It was sort of Dave's question, where what is the problem we're solving? You know, is it just an interpretation of the existing? What could he do to make it so it's in fact not a two-family? Does he put a door in or take a lock off a door or something like that? You know, I'm just. It sounds like you'll give him a variance or something like that, and that may not exactly be the thing that has to happen or something. And now I'm just talking, so I'm a little confused, but it sounds like it's not that clear, anyways.
Can I say?
I'm done.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mark, first of all, I'm glad you made it home safe. I was a little bit worried about you in the car. Second, you're absolutely on the same page that we are, because my stepdad here was a town engineer for 25 years. He knows how these things work. He knows all of the rules and variances. We've been trying to follow them. And when we've been faced with these no's, you know, we've tried to just follow all of the rules. We're a family of rule followers. It's just, you know, the curse we have.
Horrible.
And so we're trying to do this within the rules, but every time we do, we're faced with another roadblock. And so it's not that we're, you know, there is no other way, I think, for us. This is the way we were told to do it, so this is what we're doing. This is why we're here. We're not trying to, you know, skirt around anybody or anything like that. We're just trying to get this the way it needs to be.
I think that was where I was just suggesting a more general variance, you know, so that you don't really know the problem you're trying to solve. So you sort of give this, okay, we find it okay, or whatever, the ZBA finds it okay to do what they're trying to do. We don't know how to say that, so we're just going to give them sort of this big blank open, you know, he's got a variance to allow a 2-family in a single-family zone like the accessory apartment bylaw would do, but I don't want to take up any more of the time of the ZBA, but I'm a little just confused of what problem we're solving. That's all. I don't want to take up any more time, though. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Anybody else online with questions or comments from the public? Okay, hearing none. Are there folks in town hall? I imagine there are some who would like to make a question or comment. So feel free to state your name and your address and then go ahead with your comments, sir.
Good evening, I'm Bradford Dunn at 70 Malden Street. I'm immediately adjoining adjacent property owner.
Can you speak up? I can't hear.
Oh, yeah, could you come up to one of the microphones? Thanks, John.
Thank you. Good evening, I'm Bradford Dunn. I'm from 70 Malden Street. I'm the immediately adjoining neighbor to the property. And I've had the good fortune to get to know Nicole over the past several years and her kids, and I think they're a great asset to West Boylston. And I'd like to say that I'm hoping that we can come to some sort of conclusion that would be beneficial to them and they can build what they're looking to do. But I did want to share with you some of my experience, and that is I've lived next to that property for close to 40 years, and I know what has gone on there. And I think part of the problem you're having is you're getting stuck in the language and getting away from the bylaws a little bit. The bylaws tell you that you have the right to grant an accessory apartment, right? That's what you're allowed to do by special permit in this town. And that special permit travels with the owner, not with the property. So the minute that that property sold 20 years ago, that ceased. So there is no accessory apartment. When it sold 10 years ago.
If it was ever granted to begin with.
I'm sorry?
If it was ever granted to begin with.
Correct. When it sold 10 years ago, if there was an accessory apartment, it would have ceased also.
Yes.
And 5 years ago, when they purchased the property, it would have ceased.
Yes.
There is no accessory apartment there. That is a single-family residential dwelling that they are occupying. It happens that the family lives together, and it's nothing more than that. So I would argue that perhaps that hasn't been made clear to your building inspector, because the reality is they can have as many people as they would like to live in that single-family residence. He's suggesting it is an illegal apartment, when in fact it isn't. You don't have an apartment in that. All you have is an accessory dwelling. And so it's really not an apartment. There aren't 2 units there. They should be able to build an extension, an addition to the property that they're seeking to do. And this really shouldn't, in fact, require a special a variance from you or a special permit from you. It seems to me that what really is necessary is for them to simply file for a building permit and make the addition that they're required to do. And, you know, I think that you've missed a couple things here in terms of the square foot. There are other requirements that go along with this. You talked about 700 square feet and 900 square feet with a new state ADU. That isn't the only requirement of the ADU. There are several requirements. Yep. Not only that, for a special permit, there are multiple requirements also here, including a single bedroom only. So there are a variety of things that the town has done in its wisdom to be sure that they are not changing the character and the nature of a single-family residential area, right? That's what it is zoned for. That was what the intention was for. And when they gave the ability to add an accessory apartment, it was really for family members. It was for caregivers. And what they weren't looking to do was to go down the route of a second unit as part of it. In fact, your bylaw speaks to the idea that it will be subordinate to the main unit and that it will be substantially smaller. In fact, they even speak to a percentage. So when you're considering all of these things, you have to consider that as part of it, not just simply the 700 square feet or the 900 square feet. And so I guess I would tell you that I'd like to see them be able to go forward. We don't want to do that, but I think maybe they haven't been given the best advice about the process that needs to occur here, because they don't have an accessory apartment. There isn't an illegal accessory apartment. You can look at the assessor's records that indicate that the apartment isn't permitted, but there is no apartment. This is simply should be remaining as an addition that they can occupy and use at their own discretion in their own way.
Yes, I think there's a couple of different things going on here, right? So there's the structure and then there's the use of a structure, right? Those are two different things, both, you know, for the building inspector and for this board. And what we're talking about here tonight is the use. I mean, that's what sort of accessory apartments deal with, is a use.
You have people all over town that have parents and children that live with them. So it's certainly acceptable to have a parent living with you in the same single-family residential dwelling.
Absolutely,
So this doesn't require that by virtue of relationship, they have a different address or a different lock on a door or anything else. They have the ability to build what they would like and occupy it in the way that they choose, whether it's 1,500 square feet or 800 square feet. You're putting constraints around this through the permitting and variance process that I think are making it more difficult. And the fact that you guys are struggling with it, and rightly so, maybe speaks to that. It may be that you're making it more difficult by trying to fit it into multiple boxes when the answer is a little bit simpler here, and that is allow them to build what they want to build and occupy it as a single-family residence in a single-family zoned neighborhood.
So let me ask you this, so why is an accessory apartment bylaw necessary at all then?
So if you have someone unrelated, someone that wants to have separate metering, wants to have a separate address, wants to have any variety of things that typically go along with a single-family residential area, they have the ability to have 700 square feet, one bedroom, and I think it's no more than 20% or 30% of the size of the main unit.
Yeah.
It's really an accessory addition to the neighborhood, right? It's recognizing that parents are aging and they may need to live with their kids, or parents may have aged and they may need someone to be able to help them through the end of their lives. And so that's really what the intention of this was. And it seems like somehow we've gotten away from that. That's how that house developed, was always there was a senior there and someone younger living with them and caring for them. And so I think it may have fit. I think it's euphemistically said that it was an apartment, when in reality it never was.
So I think from the evidence that we've heard here tonight, I think legally, there's no evidence that there was ever an apartment there.
Correct.
But in terms of how it was actually used, I think he admitted that in the past it has been used as a sort of second living unit, a second living space. Okay, so there's those two different things going on. The other piece is the accessory apartment bylaw offers a use that without that bylaw isn't available in its absence, okay? So it increases how the number of ways you're able to use a normal single-family residence that, say, doesn't have an accessory apartment special permit.
Surely, that's what the special permit offers you, the opportunity to do.
Exactly.
With certain confines around it.
Right, and so
Right.
that's all we're doing here, is trying to work through what is now the accessory apartment bylaw. That's what's being requested here.
But what they're saying to you is that the square footage already exceeds that amount.
Yes.
So there is a problem there.
As to structure.
If there was, in fact, an apartment, that apartment would have exceeded that square footage requirement.
Right.
So that's really, you have two circumstances. You can't grant a variance until you have something to vary from, right? So they don't have an accessory apartment, and so it seems that you can't really grant a variance to go beyond that to adjust what doesn't exist.
So the variance is to go beyond what the normal accessory apartment bylaw generally offers.
Which you haven't granted.
Which we haven't granted what?
The accessory apartment. You need a special permit for that accessory apartment.
Yes. But I still don't see how that's quite relevant here.
Chris, can I weigh in on this?
Yeah, go ahead, John.
It's true, we would need to grant a special permit to have that. But this is not a situation where you're simply enlarging a house and having multiple people live in the house. There is a distinction when you have it is an accessory apartment. You certainly could have multiple people living and sharing the same living space, but when you divide up the living space, that's when you get into it being an accessory apartment. If it was all, multiple generations all sharing the same living space, the same living rooms, the same kitchen, that certainly is not a situation where it's an accessory apartment. It's when you divide the living space so there is a separate carved out niche of the dwelling, then you're getting into the realm of an accessory apartment. So yes, we need to grant the special permit for the accessory apartment. Now, if that's the intended use, which it sounds like it is, and then you run into the constraints of the 700 square feet, notwithstanding where the state has come in. And so, yes, the size does matter, because if the purpose of this addition is part of the carved out living space that would be considered an apartment under our bylaws, then we do need to consider the size of it, because we have the 700 square feet. If this was merely I'd like to put an addition on my home and there's not going to be any carved out living space, then that's a very, very different question. But we've been asked about to grant a special permit for the purpose of having an accessory apartment. And if that's the question, then you have the 700 square feet. You can't have it both ways. You can't say, I'm just making my house bigger and we're all going to live there and we're just all living happily in one big home, and also say, well, I'm going to carve out an apartment from this expanded space. It's either one or the other.
I don't know if this will be helpful information, but the house does not have separate electricity, metered water. It's all the same sewer. For internet, everything, other than its own oil tank for heating. All the bills are the same. They're all in the, the same. So I guess I have to think about what does carved out mean.
But this accessory apartment will have its own kitchen, its own bathroom, its own entrance, right?
True, although the house is, the apartment and the house are connected, that area, by a door, and I mean, again, just to play devil's advocate,
there will be an entrance or whatever the egress to go to the main building.
Right.
So it says, an accessory apartment, also called an accessory dwelling unit, ADU, or in-law apartment is a secondary, smaller housing unit located on the same lot as a single-family home. It's also attached basement or a garage apartment or a detached. So this is smaller than a main house and has its own kitchen, bathroom and entrance. Typically used for family members, caregivers or rental income.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I
that's
mean,
why, if my daughter lives in my apartment, my house, so no problem. But as soon as she says, she want to have her own in the basement, she want to make it her own kitchen, she want to make it her own bathroom, then that becomes an accessory apartment for the main dwelling. That's where we are. So we have seen many accessory apartment in this board. I have seen there are, as you said, there are accessory apartments, does exist in the town. They didn't have the permits. But, I know that, you wanted to make it as a legal one. So again, here is, as soon as we say that accessory apartments, then all this dimensions comes in.
Mhm.
That's what it is.
Are there, yeah, go ahead.
I understand the confusion. I'm confused as well. When asked if I could put an addition on, I was told no. And I understand that his opinion was that it's in zoning violation and he couldn't increase that. So I get that. But I can't do anything. For expedience sake, I would ask that you grant us a special permit with the variance to exceed to the 700 square feet to the limit that we want. Otherwise, I'm forced to try to argue with the building inspector to find out what I have to do to turn it back to just a single-family home and put in an addition. Which once accomplished, we would easily be able to put on that addition because it's well within all the setbacks. But in terms of expediency, if you could see your way to grant the special permit and the variance to allow this with whatever conditions you need to put on it for it to be a family member until Nicole decides to sell the house, we would be more than happy to agree to. We're just trying to move forward. We've been waiting about 7 months to get to this point.
Yep.
We just want to renovate the kitchen and bathroom so that we can have a place to live with our daughter and help her stay in her home.
Thank you.
That's all I can offer, is that we're not trying to make it a two-family, as I indicated before. We just don't feel like we have the interest in arguing with the building inspector. We're trying to follow what he said.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how I could offer it, but I do know that if it was to be an addition, we would be allowed to do it because of the setbacks. But we'd have to get past the accessory apartment that we didn't create. If it wasn't there, we wouldn't be here. We're just trying to legitimize what's there and move on, and ask that you take that into consideration and grant us the variance and the special permit.
Thank you. Are there other comments from the public? If there are, please state your name and your address and your comment.
My name is Deb Johnson. I live at 73 Malden, which is directly across the street from the Redmonds. And we've been in our house since 1977. We've seen people come and go in their home, and it has obviously never been a problem for us to have family members living with the people that were there in the home. And again, it was always someone elderly that was being taken care of by a son or daughter or whatever. I just don't understand why their house has been labeled as such, as an accessory apartment. If they could make it into a one-family home, I guess that would probably take care of the problem, is what I'm hearing. But they are a lovely family, and I welcome them to the neighborhood, and I hope things work out. I hope you listen to what they're asking.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the public?
Beverly Goodale, 195 Crescent Street. I'm down the hill from their property. This particular house has been an issue forever, and a lot of it, I think, goes back to the town not following through on permits. This has been an accident waiting for happen for a long time. After the Richardsons left and it was sold to the Russells, if I remember right, the father and mother lived there for some time. The mother died. The son moved in. He started a family there. By the time they left, they had 4 children. The father moved back with a new wife, and then he died. And it got sold to the next people, who was a mother and daughter, I believe. And it worked perfectly, because the father, when he came back, that's when they started this extra kitchen, all the additions. There's an addition on the right, there's an addition on the left. And after they left, now we have this next problem, because nothing ever got settled. It's been known that the realtors, because there were 2 kitchens and people lived separately there, that it was an accessory in-law apartment, and it has been an in-law apartment. People, they even put the addition on with the deck so that people had another means of getting out of there. I just think if the town would give them the permits, the right permits, and make sure, I don't know if the house has ever been permitted yet.
Is there ever been an accessory apartment, do you know of?
Excuse me?
Is there ever been an accessory apartment? Do you know of?
It's been an in-law apartment,
It was.
yes, not initially, it was built as a single-family
So
home.
you may not know whether it was permitted.
Then it was an in-law apartment. In the last, 2 people have done the same thing, so.
But the deed should say yes, right? If they don't have, if they don't got the permit.
If they did.
I don't know
yeah.
what the answer is.
Maybe my feeling is,
Truly.
they might have never got a
It's
permit.
sad, it's a mess, it really is.
To record that.
Yes,
If it were.
agreed, yes.
So if you look at their deed, you will find that there have been no recordations.
No records, yeah. Okay, then there is no, they might have not.
She's saying euphemistically it was used as an accessory apartment, but it was not legally ever used
Yeah,
as an
ever
accessory
used it.
apartment.
Yep.
I would
Well,
also
it was
say,
illegally used, and it
Right.
definitely was built for an apartment, an accessory apartment that never got permitted. That's what I'm saying, is the town, how did this get missed over and over again? People come and they tax you and so forth, but
I've had the good fortune to work in many towns.
Need the
and
microphone.
Some towns east of us, there are.
You get the
several
microphone?
homes that have multiple dishwashers, multiple kitchens.
Microphone, please.
multiple kitchens.
sorry.
Thank you.
An additional kitchen, an additional bathroom, an additional dishwasher don't make something an accessory unit. It's very common in towns like Sudbury to have multiple kitchens. There are some religions that have 2 kitchens in their house. So the virtue of another kitchen or a door that closes and locks shouldn't be treated necessarily as a definition for an accessory unit. It's still one single-family residential property. And how they choose to divide it, if they choose to put in 8 kitchens, they can do that. It doesn't suddenly make it 8 apartment units or an accessory unit.
So, yeah, so to that point, I'm glad you brought that up. So to that point, under our accessory apartment bylaw, we do have a definition for what an accessory apartment is. It says, it's a separate housekeeping unit, complete with its own sleeping, cooking, and sanitary facilities, that is substantially contained within the structure of a single-family dwelling, but functions as a separate unit. And so, that's what we're talking about here. It's, as John mentioned before, it's, to the extent that there is effectively a functioning separate unit within this house, then under our bylaw, that's considered an accessory apartment. And I think it seems like, whether legal or not, and it seems like not legally, that's sort of how it has been used in recent years. That seems to be what's coming across here.
Totally agree.
So that seems to be sort of the relevant section of the bylaw anyways. All right, so I think we've heard from everybody who wants to speak. Yes, go ahead.
We did speak to some of the other abutters.
Yeah.
And they did indicate they were going to send a letter in.
We did get a letter, actually.
Okay, so I just wanted to
can
make
tell
sure
you,
that you
just
you
for the
were aware.
record, I'm glad you mentioned that. For the record, it's 4 people signed it. Neil Peterson, 67 Malden Street. Lacey McIntosh, 67 Malden Street. Benjamin Palmer, 69 Malden. And Danielle Lambert, 69 Malden. So,
Thank you.
and they were all, I was reading this just before the meeting. As I recall, all the comments were sort of very, very positive with the proposal. So, it sounds like all the neighbors that are here, all the neighbors in the letter have no problem with what is being requested here. That seems to be coming across as pretty clear. Obviously, what you're talking about as well, what you're trying to do in terms of financially and live together as a family, that's all, that's all understandable, respectable, and all that makes perfect sense, as far as I can see, for sure. The question for me is, what's the best way to go about doing this? Because again, a good point was raised about, we're talking about a variance, but it's a variance that is based on an underlying use that is allowed only through a special permit. So if the board were inclined to give the zoning relief that's being requested here, how would we go about doing it? Would it be just the variance route that we were talking about before? Or might it involve both a special permit and a variance? I'm not sure of the answer to that question.
Chris?
Go ahead, John.
I think I think where you're going with that raises a very good question. Do we even have the authority to do that? We have a bylaw that says you need a special permit for an accessory dwelling, and that has limitations on it. Again, putting aside the change in the state law, we have rules. Where in our bylaws does it say that in granting a special permit, we can ignore, well, not ignore, but we can go beyond those rules, most importantly here being the 700 square feet, by tacking a variance on top of that? Because our rules don't say the ZBA has the authority to grant a special permit up to 700 square feet, and then can go beyond that by granting a variance. So what's our authority to go beyond 700 square feet?
Yeah, so I think that's a fair question. And so when I look at the variance section of the bylaw, where is it here? So that sentence that you had mentioned earlier, which is section 6.2F of the bylaw, zoning board of appeals may grant upon appeal or petition with respect to particular land or structure a variance expressly including a variance for the use from the provisions of this bylaw. I won't read the rest of it, but I guess I'm asking the question, I'm asking sort of a similar question to what you just said, which is, the bylaw expressly allows accessory apartments by virtue of a special permit. Then there's a separate section of the bylaw that says effectively that this board has the authority to issue variances, including for use, from the provisions of this bylaw. So does that mean that we can, for example, include that or increase that 700 square foot limitation if we find that the requirements for a variance have been met? I guess that's the question.
I'm not sure it does, because it's a variance for use, not a variance for the construction or the size. The special permit for the accessory apartment says shall be no greater than 700 square feet.
Right.
Nor shall it contain more than one bedroom. Then the variance goes to use. So I don't know that when you're going to use, can we read that so broadly to say use includes making something bigger than the bylaw otherwise precludes? I mean, I think if you read it that way, there's almost nothing you can't grant by virtue of variance.
Yeah, it's not the most straightforward situation that we faced, I think.
Can I say, I'm an English teacher, words are my thing. In fact, Chris, I've had 3 of your kids in school, your 3 eldest. John, I've had your son, your youngest, in school. So law is not my thing, but words are. And words can be interpreted, they can be flexible, and I think that under these words that you've just read, you do have the ability to interpret that in a way that helps us, frankly. Because if you don't, I'm not sure anyone else will be able to do that. I don't know what the route would be, and we'd be, as John said before, in a pickle. And so I think that if you, just taking the words that you just read out loud, that does give you the ability, because it gives you that sort of open-ended way to interpret it that would allow you to do those things.
So I guess then the question that, it begs the question then, are we in a position to vote on this tonight, or should we consider continuing the hearing to see if we can better understand from sort of a legal perspective what authority this board has?
Yeah, Chris, I think we should do that. I think that we have questions for both the building inspector as well as town council, because I agree, words have meaning, and putting my lawyer hat on, I have concerns about regardless of wanting to do the right thing in sorts of supporting people. Obviously, the neighbors have strong feelings on this, but we also have to comply with our rules. I mean, we have a duty as this board to follow the town's bylaws and not to bend those bylaws as we see fit for what we may personally consider a greater good. We have an obligation. It's not just what we feel is the right thing to do. And so I think we do need to get some clarification from the building inspector. Perhaps there's a different way forward, as has been suggested, that maybe the building inspector is viewing things through a lens that is not appropriate. When you're talking about just tacking on an addition and saying, no, you can't put this addition on, perhaps there's something to be examined there, as to Dave's earlier point about the benefits of having the building inspector here. And then I think there's a legal question, perhaps for town council, is can we go beyond the confines of the accessory dwelling unit portion of the bylaw and then tack on a variance to that? I don't know. I think there's a question there. And better to get it right than to make assumptions.
What do you guys think?
I was taking a look at the section 6.2F for variances.
Variance.
Now, one potential way to something that may, and this may be a question for town council to clarify, but in the toward the end of that paragraph, I'll just read I'll start off in the beginning, which Raj has read before. The Board of Appeals may grant, upon appeal or petition with respect to particular land or structure, a variance expressly expressly including a variance for the use from the provisions of the law where said board specifically finds that owing to the circumstances relating to the soil condition, shape, or topography of such land or structures, and especially affecting such land or structure, but not affecting the general zoning district in which it is located. And now this section I'm going to read, which I think is maybe more relevant to our uncertainty here. Given all that, would a literal enforcement of the provisions of this bylaw would involve substantial hardship, financial or otherwise, to the petitioner or applicant, and that desirable relief may be granted without substantial detriment to the public good and without nullifying or substantially derogating from the intent or purpose of the zoning bylaw. So maybe that may open the possibility to arguing to all of these qualitative factors about your particular unique circumstances, and then maybe here looking at and then maybe with the neighbors, with the support of all the neighbors, maybe that could support the premise that this wouldn't impose undue hardship upon the local community as a potential avenue. Now, that's what I see in there. Now, maybe so literal enforcement of the law, we're talking about use, literal enforcement, but now can we derogate from the size, from going from whether it's 700 or 900 or 1,300 or whatever it is? Would this second clause in the 6.2F potentially give us some authority to look at all that?
No, if they are going for a 900, they don't have to come to us. It's an ADA unit, you know. So the reason they are here is
1,300. Yeah, 1,300.
So that's the thing. Yeah, and again, you know, per case, are we allowed to say tonight, yes, we are going to vote on the 1,300? That's my.
Or if we potentially have that ability to look at that, do we have enough information to have a vote on that? Or
And also to the Dave's point.
The building inspector?
Even if you allow the variance, whether the building inspector will give you a permit.
Well, and I think that speaks to Chris's,
Yeah,
to John's point earlier, John on Zoom, that whatever decision we're gonna make, should we be making decisions on assumptions of what the building inspector may or may not do? Because, I look at that email too, I'm puzzled as to what the building inspector's saying or what he's getting at in there.
Yeah.
It's like, I can.
So again, I do raise my frustration with Dave. We do need a building inspector to the zoning board meetings. That requires zoning board, the building inspector, some input.
Yeah.
This has not been happening, so I know that, it's been like this. I do like to, maybe you, as a chair, you could send a strong letter to the town administrator.
I can do that.
So we do have two building inspectors. There is no reason for them to not to show up.
We've had them come in the past.
He was a part-time building inspector, 20-hour building inspector.
Yeah.
He attended every single
Yeah.
meetings.
Right.
Either the zoning or the planning board. He did attend at every single. Now we have the combined 3 building inspectors. One is the full-time, the other one is a part-time or whatever the things.
Yeah.
But
They should be able to.
nowhere
come
to
me.
find, and also his comments, it's hard to reach him. You
Yeah.
have to send an email.
Mr.
I'm
Chairman?
a little bit frustrated with that.
Yeah.
I think these are good people who are trying to do something and get through a process. Can we be sure that the board is going to advocate for them, not necessarily for the result, but for the process? I think they've had some
Now-
difficulty getting to a point where they can get a communication with the building inspector and get answers that revolve around some of the things that have been discussed here. Are you able to share these conversations with your building inspector and help them get to a point where they can get an answer as to what's the best next step for them?
Chris, we need to get the right answer, but we can't advocate. And I think you may just be using that word in a general sense. We
And I am.
absolutely should be getting,
Correct.
good information from the building inspector, so the building inspector is conveying what his reasons are. But we need to be careful, again, getting back to the words have meaning, we need to be very careful about a word like advocate, because we certainly can't advocate. We absolutely should be making sure that there is clarity between the building inspector and what it is that he is objecting to and not granting, and what it is he thinks needs to be done. The clarity is something we certainly should seek, but
So I'm not
moral
asking you to
rightness of
advocate
something.
for a result. I'm asking you to
Okay.
advocate for the process so that they will understand what's necessary for them to do to get an answer from you.
And I think that's certainly appropriate.
All right, yeah, so,
I'm more than happy to meet, maybe in 2 weeks' time or 3 weeks' time.
well,
If
so
we can
then,
have a special meeting too, if it has to be, since they are in a.
I mean, the next regular meeting is August 21st, I think. We may have one earlier, but I don't know when that would be yet.
If at all, if you want to have
So,
another meeting, I'm more than happy to.
yeah.
I could.
So my inclination would be, I think, I'm inclined to agree with, most of what I've heard from the board members here, which is that
We want to make the
there's
right
too many
decision.
unknowns
We want to make a
here
right decisions. that's
to
all.
make a decision, I think.
Yeah, I don't want to
tonight.
go say no, I don't want to go say
Yeah.
yes, and then,
We want to be fair, but we also want to be and need to be, faithful to what our responsibility is as board members, okay? I mean, we're always trying to do those two things. So I think in light of that, it seems to me to make sense. John, as you suggested, I'm happy to reach out to sort of town council on this issue of whether it's appropriate to consider granting either a special permit or a variance, or both a special permit and a variance in this situation. Do we have that authority? Sort of that question generally. And also,
I would greatly appreciate that, because I am hung up on the variance as to use when joined to a special permit, which has a limitation on square footage, and the question as to whether or not a variance as to use extends to increasing square footage, because I'm just not, I'm not sure those things work together.
okay, yeah, and I can't say that I know the answer to that either, so I think that's fair. Mark, you raising your hand?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I have 2 points. The first point would be to the advocating. It would be maybe to the Raj's initial comment of we could ask the building inspector or tell the building inspector we would approve him as a, I'm supposing, I'm not saying you would approve him as an accessory dwelling unit under the ADU current bylaw with a variance on the size. We would do that. Would that solve the problem? And we're trying to see if we have the authority to do such a thing. I mean, you could put a suppose towards him of that situation. You know, this is where we're heading. Legal, can we do this? Building inspector, does this solve the problem? And sort of give a warm fuzzy or something like that to the applicant to say, look, we're working on this. We don't even know what we're supposed to or can do. You know, but maybe let them know whether or not you would support it, I guess, is the whole thing. Oh, and then the second thing, and then I'll talk, you know, I'll take my answer offline, is could you, these are interesting problems, and Dave has been on me at the planning board to rewrite the accessory ADU bylaw. I don't know if I would write one that would solve this problem, except to add details into the bylaw allowing points to be varied. You know, you can get this a special permit, and the zoning board of appeals can offer a variance of size, and that would be, I think, what you're looking for. Is that what would be appropriate, or what would be nice to have in the next ADU bylaw? Just like an email or something like that of a summary of what would be interesting features to have in the thing, or a draft. I mean, I don't care, but you know, just to get started on a new draft of an ADU bylaw. And I'll take my answer silently.
Yeah, so my only response, Mark, right now would be, so I'd first like to reach out to outside or town council on that issue to see whether that clarification is really needed, or if we can, you know, if it's sort of already there under a proper interpretation of the existing bylaw, and we don't need any further clarification on that point. But maybe I will try to get that, to seek that an answer to that question from town council if we end up continuing the hearing tonight. Also, as to the building inspector, I'd certainly be in favor of, you know, reaching out to him and asking him for some more details here, and also, you know, again, working with the town admin to see if we can actually get the building inspector to appear at the next session, if we so vote tonight.
Yeah, Chris, I think it is, you know, again, you know, whether or not he will do it, and the town council or town administrator, where town administrator stands on this issue, I think it is important for the building inspector to be able to answer questions as opposed to posing written questions, because then inevitably whatever responses you get trigger follow-up questions. Yeah. And yeah, that's just not a good way to do business. You having the building inspector present, so the building inspector, and can be obviously virtually present, to answer these questions because, like I said, there's going to be follow-up questions or the building inspector may interpret a written question in a way that wasn't intended. So presenting written questions and getting sort of an interrogatory response is not a good way to do business.
Yep, I certainly don't have any disagreement there. All right, so with all that being said, oh, yes, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Kathleen Litchfield at 72 Malden Street.
Yep.
And I'm wondering, and I understand the importance of getting it right. My question would be, if it was determined that you were not the appropriate board, what is the appropriate board?
Yeah.
Because that really actually, if you feel that you can't give us an answer, we don't have anybody to give us an answer.
Yeah.
It kind of leaves us in limbo. And while I respect that you want to get it right, living in limbo is not fun.
Yeah, absolutely. My
It's
sense,
not-
my sense
I
is the answer is either before this board or the building inspector or some combination of the two. I mean, I think that's likely where it's gonna end up. The question for me is just, what do we have authority to do in a situation like this, given the bylaw as it's written, and what's the most proper way to sort of go about doing that, whether it's issuing a special permit or a variance, or having a further conversation with the building inspector about, his concept of what's there and what the use is. But I think it's gonna be some combination of those two things. But I agree with you that,
If you say in that level, you are in the right board, zoning board.
yeah,
So the zoning board, we are having a trouble how to resolve this problem. So, or how to resolve in a right way, right permit. Is it a special permit, variance?
Yeah.
Or,
yep. That's where we are. Yeah, go ahead.
Just, I know it's late and we all want to move on.
it's okay, we are here from 6 o'clock, no problem.
I can appreciate that, having been at many of board meetings that ran well past midnight. I'm just having a little trouble understanding. If you have the authority to issue the special permit for the accessory use, and you have the authority to issue variances for dimensional requirements, and the 700 square feet is a dimensional requirement, what's the question? Why don't you feel like you have the authority to issue both?
It doesn't say that we have the authority to issue a variance for a dimensional requirement. It says we have authority for use, not dimensional requirements. So the question is whether or not the use extends to dimensional requirement, and that's the open question. If it was as clear as saying we can grant a variance for dimensional requirements, then that would give us a lot more guidance, but that's not what it says.
Okay. I guess I just assumed by the authority that the zoning board of appeals had is to grant variances for dimensional requirements as well as use requirements. So I thought it was more simple than that.
Yeah, and this is an interesting one, because again, I think you're right. In one sense, yes, I mean, generally speaking, we do have, under this bylaw, the authority to grant variances for use, and, for certain, structural limitations are in here. But when they sort of combine with each other in this manner, I think that's where sort of the question's being raised by John, and I don't have certainly a clear answer to that as I sit here right now. So the way I feel is, we may well have the authority, as you're indicating, that we do. You may absolutely be right about that. I'm not certain of that. I'd rather make that decision based on, based on stronger knowledge than what I can claim to have tonight.
I agree.
Okay.
I'd like to ask town council for his legal opinion of that bylaw.
Okay.
With that, especially with, do we have power that potentially extends to expanding going beyond those, beyond the dimensional requirements?
Okay.
Given some of the language in there, does that give us some leeway?
Okay.
For that, to make decisions?
All right. So that being the case then, if there
Mark
aren't
lied
any-
about not having anything else to say. He's got more.
Oh. Mark, you have another comment? I'm
Well,
being very
I-
generous with you tonight.
Yeah, very, I
Mark,
agree.
go to
and I- well, it's been a 17-hour meeting. Per minute, it's not bad. I saw on a different town meeting, something or other, video, maybe another option is you have to get a formal rejection or denial from the building inspector, and then that is clearly able to be appealed to the ZBA. And maybe the determination that it's not valid because it's the two-family house and the single family, now you could say, no, we don't, they appeal that decision to you guys, and then you could act on that, you know, because that's a legitimate ZBA.
Yeah, so that's an administrative appeal. Exactly. We've had those before. Exactly, yes.
That's why we're here.
Yep.
That's why we're here. That was part of our application. We did receive a denial from the building inspector.
Yeah, and so the question there too is, even in that instance, how do we deal with this here? So that's, I'd say that if anything, that's a further layer of complication.
I think,
that we need to-
when do we meet again? That's all my question now.
The next regular meeting is August 21st. So if there's no other comments from board members, then I guess, in light of our discussion, I'd entertain a motion to continue the hearing.
Motion to continue the hearing.
Second.
And Dave, your motion is to our next regular meeting on August 21st at, say, 7:05?
Unless you want to meet earlier.
I think 7:05 is fine.
Not 7:05, he's taking about.
We're hoping for an
In the next
earlier.
couple of weeks, because unfortunately, we've just been stretched by this for many months.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's been very stressful for the whole family.
Again,
And,
you know, we have to think of this is in summertime, town council.
well, we wanted to be here months ago. Well, we didn't want to be here at all, as I'm sure you can imagine.
Understood, understood. But per,
Toby has to say something.
yeah.
Gatesbrook here?
Right now, it's the 21st. We may have a meeting before that, but that's TBD.
Because the time, when we were making this time 7:05.
Yeah.
We have to think about the other.
Yeah.
Is that gonna come after, or we're gonna leave it the same?
Yeah, we can deal with that, because that's not a hearing. So that's just something that we're talking about, so that doesn't have to have a specific time. But getting back to this, I hear what you're saying about, you know, we'd like to get moving as quickly as we can. I do need to allow a sufficient amount of time to, you know, do the back and forth with town council, with town administrator, with the building inspector. You know, they're obviously very busy. I'm busy. I've got a week vacation coming up, to be perfectly frank with you. So I don't know, I can't guarantee that we can meet before or earlier than that. I'm just being honest, just putting that out there. I would love to, because honestly, I would love to get to the end of this too, sooner rather than later, but I personally, I can't promise that. I don't know if other folks on the board have a different view, but that's why I would look to our next regular meeting, which is August 21st.
I agree with you, Chris, and I do have great sympathy for wanting to get this done, you know, petitioner to get resolution as soon as possible. But I would hate to try to do this sooner and then show up and have incomplete information from town council or from the building inspector. You want to end this the next time we meet, if
Yeah.
at all possible.
Yep. Agreed, so.
So we have a motion and second.
So we have a motion to continue the hearing to August 21st at 7:05. And do we have a second?
Second.
Too late. We have a second, okay. So we'll do a voice vote to continue the hearing to August
Yes, for me.
21st, 7:05. Raj, you said yes?
Yes.
Chris, yes? John?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. It's 5-0, Toby. The hearing is continued.
How about Mark?
No, he doesn't get a vote. He doesn't get a vote, so. Thank you very much, and we will see you in August.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Can we go home now?
Of the ZBA?
I mean, he's not even.
Chris, can we go
What's
home?
going on here? All right, we're still in a meeting.
I keep thinking, is Mark a member, is Mark on the board? Yeah.
Hey, Chris.
And you guys have been here since 6? I came at 7.
Perfect, I can fill that out. So no minutes to discuss tonight.
Okay.
I think we're done, so with just that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
A second? A motion to adjourn, John? Your vote?
Second. Yes.
John, your vote for motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Dave, your vote?
Yes.
Okay, Chris? Yes. Yes for me, 5-0, Toby. Raj made the motion, Chris seconded it. Chris Mitchell.
Somehow get it out of there.
5-0, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.